Hi, JJ. We can see you. Can you hear us? Looks like you're still muted, but I at least saw live action.
Hi.
Okay, perfect. That's good sound check. Feel free to go off camera until the meeting gets started, but we have you loud and clear on this side.
Great. Got you guys too. Bye.
Amy, we just thought we'd do a quick sound check. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can see and hear.
Um, I'm gonna, JJ, can you say something?
Hello.
Okay.
Oh, I'm doing a Zoomy thing. Cool.
I do. I'm just gonna turn up the volume in the room and see if that helps. Both of you are just a little quiet.
And welcome, everybody. Thanks for joining. We'll get going in about 1 minute here.
Okay, Amy, can you say something?
Yeah, I'll try the volume now. Is that coming through well?
It's a little bit better. JJ, how about you?
What does this sound like for you guys in the room?
You guys are both still kind of quiet. I've got it up as far as I can go in the room.
Okay.
Amy, can you try again?
So we should just project, speak loudly.
I'll sit up straighter. It's
Your
really-
best Steven voice and
Yeah,
speak to the back of the
exactly.
room.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you both. We can hear you. It is a little subdued, but I'm sure we'll make it through it.
Yeah, please do cut me off at any time if I'm not coming through clearly.
Yeah, we'll have to see on that one. That one was a bit quiet, so we'll see what we can do on our end too. All right, well, as I said, welcome everybody. Thank you for joining. It is the top of the hour, so I will call to order the regularly scheduled meeting of Tuesday, June 13th, 2023. Please join me for a flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The Assembly of the City and Borough of Sitka would like to respectfully acknowledge the traditional first people of Sitka. With gratitude, we proceed on Tlingit Ani. At this time, I would like to ask everybody to join me in a moment of silence out of respect for those lost in our recent boating accident and their families. Our thoughts and prayers go out to them. Thank you. Sarah, roll call, please.
Mayor Eisenbeis,
Present.
Mr. Mosier,
Here.
Ms. Duncan. Here. Mr. Christensen,
Here.
Mr. Pike,
Here.
Ms. Carlson,
Here.
and Mr. Yested is absent this evening.
Great, thank you. Are there any correspondence or agenda changes this evening? That'll bring us to special reports. Is anyone here for government to government this evening? Municipal boards, commissions, committees? Municipal departments? School district? And any students and guests for special reports? Seeing none, that'll bring us to persons to be heard. This is public participation for any item off of tonight's agenda, not to exceed 3 minutes for any individual.
Good evening. My name is Richard Wien. This is going to be something a little different, even though there were major economic reports that came out. Today is June 13th, and this is an ode to a fishery and fishermen, or how it got this far is baffling. I believe in the rule of law, but as we all know, from history, that law can be distorted, perverted, and even manipulated. Sometimes it is necessary to stand for what is right. Sometimes you have to stand alone in your quest for justice, like Rosa Parks or Mahatma Gandhi, or even the saints who were martyred for their beliefs. What if, however, there are times when you can stand with others. What if Senators Murkowski, Sullivan, Stedman, Representatives Batola, and Hemschut, Governor Dunleavy and his legal staff, a state legislature resolution of support, a Sitka Assembly resolution for support, multiple organizations, especially the ATA, and fishermen across Alaska stand with you. Families and friends across Southeast, and this includes the seafood processors in Sitka. NOAA is even willing to revise the environmental analysis and therefore allow people to go fishing. And there are so many more people who support you, meaning the Sitka fishery. We know based on substantial evidence, the Wildlife Conservancy lawsuit is not about killer whales, yet they want a closure of the king fishery here. The closure affects our community and the well-being of our fishermen and their families, but ironically does not help the killer whales. And as we are close to the 4th of July, I think of the Declaration of Independence and our founding fathers and what it means. I think of the Declaration's words, when in the course of human events, sound familiar? It becomes necessary, and I've changed the words a little bit, for one people to go fishing. And these actions that cause the king closure require that we should declare the causes which impel them void. And on July 1st, 2023, that we go fishing as we have done for so many years. I do believe that it's come time and not to hold our fate to the Ninth Circuit, and that to go out and fish in the spirit of the revolution and follow the established rules, do everything you would normally do, and ultimately
Thank you, Tony. Appreciate that. Can you check that other one?
check.
Perfect. Thank you. Anyone else for persons to be heard this evening? Any item off of tonight's agenda?
Hello. Coming back to an issue from 6 weeks ago, the police chief not feeling comfortable raising the cab rates. I just had a few more questions for the assembly. Is it true Mr. Beatty charged Sitka $171,625 in 2021 for his services? If so, what is he charging Sitkans now for his services? And did the assembly approve him charging almost 170% more in his second year on the job? Or does Mr. Beatty give himself raises? Do Mr. Beatty's contracting services so far exceed services of other Sitkans that he deserves 4 to 5 times more than the median? For comparison, the award-winning police chief in Juneau was paid $169,908 in 2021. Juneau's population is about 4 times the size of Sitka's. What is the policy on nepotism in hiring in Sitka? Alaska State Code forbids it. Did he hire his daughter in the police department? Section 3990-0202, nepotism prohibited. It is unlawful for a person who is the spouse of or is related by blood within and including the second degree of kindred to the executive head of a principal state department or agency to be employed in that department or agency. Why is Mr. Beatty not bonded? Does he make financial decisions for the police department? Does he supervise employees? Is he authorized to arrest, detain, and use lethal force? Why is he not bonded against violation of law, embezzlement, misuse of funds, discrimination, abuse of authority? Mr. Beatty swore an oath of office, which by Sitka Code, see below, which I give to the secretary, is required of an officer of a municipality or a designated employee. Since he was required to take an oath according to Sitka Code, he is then either an officer of the municipality or an employee. Under Alaska State Code, Mr. Beatty is a public employee since he is under the contract of hire. Mr. Beatty is handling public funds and has legally designated authority to arrest, fine, and use lethal force. Why is Mr. Beatty not bonded for faithful performance? For surety? Ryan Hansen has twice refused to answer this question. Perhaps the assembly can. I submit this codes and definitions to the secretary.
Anyone else for persons to be heard? Any item not on tonight's agenda? Please.
Good evening. My name is Lakota Harden, and I'm a grandmother living here in Sitka, a resident. I'm also on the Health Needs and Human Services Commission. And I just heard on KCAW, thankfully, they cover a lot of issues in the morning. And I heard that tonight, Youth Advocate Services would be addressing you about the facility for the youth. And as a grandmother, as someone was a teenager here, you know, in this town, I worry about our young people. I worry that they're not getting the kind of teachings, the kind of relationship, the kind of community support that we got when we were young. I grew up over on Japonski, where everybody, by the time you got home, all the aunties and all the mothers knew what you did and where you were and who you stopped and talked to. You know, it really truly was a village that raised our community as children. And our young people don't have that anymore. And with all the many issues that they're facing, I'm really grateful that we have youth advocates here in our town to be thinking about them when many of us feel way too busy. There's young people out there disenfranchised, young people out there that don't have any resources. And I think that if we have the funding, if we have the people willing to do the work, then we as a city should help figure out a remedy. If something doesn't work, then let's push forward more and figure out what would work. And so I just want to say that as a community member, and I think it's really important. And I'm sure there's a lot of people that feel that way. It just, especially the teenagers, I think there's focus on little kids and then people succeeding in school and succeeding to be, you know, tax-paying citizens. But there's many of our young people that are lost and they need a hand. They need that buoy out there. And I think that this is what this will be. And I really want to emphatically state that we need to take care of them. If this isn't going to work, we need to figure something else out that will, and not leave anybody behind. Thank you.
Anyone else for persons to be heard this evening? I see none. That'll bring us to consent agenda.
I move to approve the consent agenda consisting of items A, approve the minutes of the May 9th and May 23rd assembly meetings, and B, move to approve resolution 2023-22 on first and final reading, setting the millage rates for the fiscal year July 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2024.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. Is there any public comment?
Is it working? This is Richard Ween. As far as the millage rate goes, and solidifying it, hopefully it'll be on the GIS very soon, all of these changes. But the assessment added $40 million to the overall value of Sitka real estate. At the end of the day, this is a increase in your taxes because, as you know, 1 mil is equal to $600 per $100,000 of value. There were 500 pieces of real estate, basically in the Sawmill Creek area, which were evaluated. So if you divide 500 into 40 million, that's $80,000 average increase in the property values. And I think that in this age, it will be very interesting to see if we have a downturn in property values, how quickly they will reassess to meet that need. What we hear is that property values have gone up. However, Sitka is a unique place, and I can tell you not all housing values have gone up or will go up. So, this is going to happen. 2% goes to general and 4% of your millage rate goes to the schools. So keep these numbers in mind. It's interesting arithmetic, and we will hear about this more at a later date. Thank you.
Anyone else on the consent agenda? Sarah?
Okay, on the motion to approve the consent agenda consisting of items A and B, Mr. Pike,
Yes.
Ms. Carlson,
Yes.
Ms. Duncan,
Yes.
Mr. Mosier,
Yes.
Mr. Christensen,
Yes.
and Mayor Eisenbais.
Yes.
The motion passes 6-0.
Item C, please.
I move to appoint Rachel Worthy to an unexpired term on the Health Needs and Human Services Commission and a 3-year term on the Library Commission.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to appoint Rachel to 2 different commissions. Is there any public comment?
Good evening, Richard Ween. As I have always done so for all people who step up for civic duty, especially on boards and commissions, I'd like to thank Ms. Worthy for doing not only 1, but 2. She has been a resident of Sitka, I believe, for like 2 years. And I hope that she will stay here a very long time and that she will enjoy her stays within these commissions. Of note, she is currently taking a master's degree in policy, and hopefully her, I'll say, learning expertise will show within the Health Needs and Human Services as well as the library. Thank you.
Any other public comment on the appointment of Rachel? Assembly deliberation? I just want to say thank you for jumping on Health Needs and Human Services. They've had a hard time reaching quorum with their smaller amount of members right now. So hopefully they can continue to do the good work that they've done for many years to this community. Sarah?
All right, on the motion to appoint Ms. Worthy to the Health Needs and Human Services Commission and the Library Commission, Ms. Duncan,
Yes.
Mayor Eisenbais,
Yes.
Mr. Christensen,
Yes.
Ms. Carlson,
Yes.
Mr. Pike,
Yes.
and Mr. Mosher.
Yes.
The motion passes 6-0 on item C.
Brings us to unfinished business item D. Tonight, the assembly will be convening as the Board of Adjustment to hear an appeal filed by youth advocates on the Planning Commission's denial of a conditional use permit for a quasi-institutional group residence at 3411 Halibut Point Road. We had some legal questions that the Board of Adjustment wanted to get answered at our last meeting and decided to postpone it until we could get some further review. So we've had some time to do that. That was included in our packet and is available at the back of the room for anybody who might be interested. So tonight, yes, if we could have a motion to convene as a Board of Adjustment, please.
I move to convene as the Board of Adjustment.
Second.
Sarah on the motion?
Okay, on the motion to convene as the Board of Adjustment, Mr. Christensen,
Yes.
Ms. Carlson,
Yes.
Mayor Eisenbeiß,
Yes.
Mr. Mosher,
Yes.
Mr. Pike,
Yes.
and Ms. Duncan.
Yes.
The motion passes 6-0.
Great, thank you. We are now convened as a Board of Adjustment. Brian, do you have some procedural advice for us this evening as we go through this process?
Excuse me, I do have some procedural matters to address, as well as some comments on some other matters that I'd like to take a few minutes to deal with. First of all, before I'd like to address the issue of timeliness of this appeal. After the decision by the Planning and Zoning Commission was made and after the application had been filed, there was at least one citizen and maybe more who complained that the application for the appeal was untimely. I investigated that matter and discovered that the planning staff had told YAS that they had until April 19th to file the appeal, which by their calculation was 14 days after the appeal had been filed, which was not technically correct. They used a working day calculation as opposed to a calendar calculation, and led and told YAS that they had the working day calculation amount of time in order to file their appeal. When I was asked to opine on whether or not that would their appeal should be refused because of being untimely, my opinion was strongly made that on legal issues of estoppel and fairness, that you should not refuse the application. Estoppel meaning there was a detrimental reliance by YAS on a staff member's notice that the appeal was due when it was, and they were timely within that, and would be unfair then, and they would have detrimentally relied on that to then refuse the application for appeal after the fact. When this matter was sent out on other constitutional and Fair Housing Act issues to outside counsel, I had them also look into that issue, and they concurred with my opinion about whether or not we should allow the appeal to go forward as timely under these circumstances. So I really think that the timeliness issue is an easy decision. It would have been, if it would ever been challenged in court, YAS would have been successful under the circumstances that we found ourselves. Second issue I want to speak to is the idea that I should recuse myself in any matter and anything related to this case. And I've had at least one citizen, if not more, send an anonymous letter to me. And I've heard a couple emails to the same type of request. And what I would tell the assembly and tell the citizens is that there's absolutely no need for me to recuse myself in assisting the assembly on this matter in the Board of Adjustment. I am not a decision maker. I am not being asked to provide opinions as to what decisions should be made, nor am I in a position of influencing on making any of these decisions. I have not been contacted by any assembly member to discuss what my opinion is on these things. In fact, when the opinion related to the constitutional issues in the Fair Housing Act materialized, I immediately determined that that should be something that should be addressed. And that's exactly what I did. I contacted outside counsel, and then under no circumstances did I suggest what their opinion should be. In fact, I made it explicitly clear that what they were to do is find out what would be the judicial decision that their opinion would support. And that's exactly what happened. So I am not a proponent for any resolution here today. I'm not an opponent for any part of this, but I strongly believe that even though my mother was involved with YAS during her lifetime for several decades, and I have a niece that's employed by YAS, that I can still provide the procedural advice that has no effect on the actual decision that will be made here today. The third thing I want to speak to is the issue of potential ex parte communications in this matter. I'd like to remind all the assembly members and in your role as Board of Adjustment that you're acting in a quasi judicial capacity as the Board of Adjustment, and therefore are obligated not to have ex parte communications with citizens who are affected by this decision, or entities that are affected by your decision here tonight. That's not to say that just because somebody sent you an email or someone approached you, it's whether or not you communicated with them about it and would use any of that information learned outside of this public hearing in making your decision. If you have communicated with someone by email or otherwise outside of these proceedings, you should disclose that at this hearing tonight and let the chair, the mayor, decide whether or not that's a conflict that would make you not unable to participate in these proceedings. I understand that this is a highly controversial subject within our community, and as long as you didn't have those communications and you can still be fair in listening to the evidence and making your decision, you should be able to proceed. Finally, let's go directly to the hearing procedure. And I think, as you'll see in what the outside counsel opinion outlines, is some code problems with the factors and the considerations that were assessed. And under those circumstances, I strongly recommend that you follow the code strictly while you're making your considerations. While you're doing so, after you hear the evidence presented by the community and after you've reviewed the evidence that is passed to you from the Planning and Zoning Commission, you'll have the opportunity to deliberate. And I understand we've that Amy Ainsley, the planning director, will be able to assist you in the process of directing you to the facts you decide that support the factors from the code to ultimately make your decision. And of important consideration here, because it appears that both sides of these issues are going to put your decision under great scrutiny, is that you make the appropriate findings. And the findings are in accordance with what the code lays out. And specific facts need to be pigeonholed or put into those 5 factors of findings. And again, Ms. Ainsley will assist you going through those when it's time to deliberate. So I'll be here to answer questions procedurally, and thank you.
Thank you, Brian. So tonight, as we go into this hearing, code does lay out a procedure that the Board of Adjustment will be following. First, there will be a staff presentation of no longer than 10 minutes. Second is the appellant's presentation, again, no longer than 10 minutes. Third, we will have the opportunity for testimony or comments by the public that are germane to the matter at hand, limited to 3 minutes per individual. Staff will be given the opportunity for a rebuttal, response, or clarifying statements. And then finally, the appellant will have the opportunity for a rebuttal, response, or clarifying statements. At that point, the Board of Adjustment will close the evidentiary portion and will deliberate on the matters before it. Is there any further questions from the Board of Adjustment for our attorney before we begin? Thank you. We'll go ahead and start with the staff presentation.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Go ahead and get time started here. So to clarify, in starting in the staff presentation, I want to spend a little bit of time talking about what my role in this proceeding is. There's 3 unique perspectives that I hope to be able to represent and to shine light on, but I'm not here in a position of advocacy for any of the outcomes. I simply want to provide you with the historic information of what has happened on this case so far. And if the Assembly has questions regarding code, the zoning code particularly, to be able to assist you with that. So again, my role is to be here as your staff member, and also to represent, how staff handled the case and the staff recommendation in this case when it went before the Planning Commission. I'm also here to represent the Planning Commission's within what happened at the meeting, to help provide context or questions about what may or may not have happened at that initial hearing. And then there's also a third perspective, which is the majority decision that was made by the Planning Commission in this case. So again, this was a split decision. So differentiating between the commission as a whole versus the majority decision made is also important here. I will try very hard to distinguish which of those perspectives I'm providing you information on. If it's ever unclear, please slow me down and ask for clarification. So just short background on this case. This case was heard under conditional use permit 2307, which was filed by Youth Advocates of Sitka for a quasi-institutional home at 3411 Halibut Point Road, which is located in one of our residential zones with the R1MH zone. Quasi-institutional homes are a conditional use in our zoning code, which means that they require a conditional use permit to be granted through the Planning Commission. The specifics of the case, including the staff report, the minutes, some zoning information, I can, when I'm through with this kind of section of the report, I'm happy to answering those questions. They're also provided in your packet as well, if you want to reference anything. The permit was denied, again, on a 3-2 decision, and the findings or basis for that denial in the case, just to make sure everyone kind of understands the wording there, was that the required findings for conditional use permits could not be made because the proposal would adversely affect the established character of the surrounding vicinity due to its incompatible use with the R1 zoning, and that the unified descent of the neighborhood indicated high potential for neighborhood disharmony, and that this disharmony would also impact the ability of the proposal to meet its stated purpose. And again, that was also the basis, those findings were also made on a 3-2 decision. So in their appeal, the appellants had kind of 5 primary tenets of why they disagreed with that decision. So just to kind of walk through and compare where the majority decision from the Planning Commission landed on those aspects. The first claim was that the proposal was inconsistent, or that the proposal was consistent with the comprehensive plan. They outlined several goals and objectives from the plan that sort of spoke to workforce development needs, housing needs, and encouraged development patterns. The majority decision did not make any basis or any claims about its, the proposals fit within the comprehensive plan. It wasn't really, that wasn't the basis of their decision. That wasn't one of the factors. The second was that the majority decision incorrectly assessed whether the use was compatible with the zoning and the character of the surrounding properties. So the primary basis in this case for the denial from the majority's perspective was the public testimony received, that the neighborhood had, there was quite a bit of public participation at the meeting, and there was, there were folks from the neighborhood that came and spoke and kind of talked about the character of their neighborhood and how it would change with this use. And speaking directly to the third tenet of the appeal was that the majority decision incorrectly characterized public testimony on the proposal. You'll see in the findings that it states that the dissent was unanimous from the neighborhood or from those testified, but the appellant claims that there was about a 50-50 split between those who supported it versus opposed. I did note that, there was a lot of testimony that came in for this item. Some of it was written ahead of time. Some of it came from individuals versus households. People sometimes testified in person as well as in writing. There was also sort of an informal petition that was circulated by some of the neighbors as well, and multiple household members signed onto that petition. And so calculating the exact numbers was a little bit difficult. I think it's fair to say that we did hear testimony both for and against the proposal at the meeting. The fourth tenet of the appeal states that the majority decision relied on public testimony that should not have been considered due to the nature of the comments. And again, those comments that we received regarding impacts to the neighborhood character were largely focused on safety, neighborhood character, and property values. There were a couple of comments regarding noise and potential disturbances, but I don't think that landed very clearly in either direction. It certainly didn't kind of come out in terms of the findings, but do want to note that there was some mention about potential noise impacts. But again, a lot of it was kind of focused more on, safety and neighborhood character. The fifth and the last item there was about the concerns of the type of testimony that was received and considered, and whether or not that type of testimony was problematic under the Fair Housing Act or potentially constitutional provisions. Generally speaking, the role of the planning department, the planning staff, is to administer the Sitka General Code and to make decisions under it. We are not constitutional experts. We're not federal law experts. And I think that you have some good information that was provided by outside counsel that can help to speak to some of those issues a little bit more, and that's where I will certainly defer comments to. And I believe that Brian should be able to help if you have any questions about the information that came out in that opinion. There are 3 potential outcomes that I see coming from tonight. The first is to grant the appeal, which would also grant the permit. The second is to deny the appeal, which would also deny the permit, or to remand the proceedings or remand the issue to further proceedings. So that could either be to a future meeting of the Board of Adjustment with more information. It could be back to the Planning Commission. We do have that motion sheet that we provided for you that kind of walks through the potential outcomes and then appropriate motions to make if those are the desired outcomes of the body. That's everything I have for the staff presentation. Happy to take any initial questions from the board.
Are there any questions at this point for staff? Thank you. We will move on to the appellant's presentation. Heather, I'm assuming. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Heather Murray. I'm the Executive Director for Youth Advocates of Sitka. I'm thanking the Assembly this evening for listening to our appeal to the decision made by the Planning Commission on April 5th, 2023, to deny our conditional use permit for the property located at 3411 Halbert Point Road. Thank you for allowing us to provide an overview of our Coastal Haven program and decisions why we think are supported in our favor. We'd also like to thank the Planning Department staff for their support and guidance through this process. Youth Advocates of Sitka proposed Coastal Haven program is funded by congressional appropriations in the amount of $2 million for the community of Sitka from Senator Lisa Murkowski. The appropriations are for purchasing a facility, hiring staff, and general operations. These appropriations will be spent in the community of Sitka. This program will house and provide residential treatment services for youth and young adults ages 16 to 21 who are homeless or at risk of homelessness, have substance abuse issues, mental health issues. They've been marginalized, disenfranchised, and also could be victims of human trafficking. All these factors put our youth at risk for human trafficking. Youth Advocates of Sitka is a licensed and regulated behavioral health agency bound by the State of Alaska Department of Health and Human Service policies, and we're accredited by CARF International. We are a professional agency with very experienced staff. We've been providing residential treatment for Alaska's youth since 1975. First, I'd like to point out how our Coastal Haven program addresses several needs identified in the Sitka Comprehensive Plan and how it positively affects Sitka. The proposed program is very consistent and compatible with the intent of the comprehensive plan's goals, objectives, and policies as follows. Workforce development and youth engagement is needed to create qualified workers with technical skills to meet the needs of the local economy. Providing housing options and cooperative programs for at-risk populations. Lack of transitional housing in a homeless shelter. And support light commercial and professional service development along Halbert Point Road. Youth Advocates of Sitka provided a comprehensive operational plan and provided mitigation to lessen any impacts of the proposed use, including hours of operation, number of persons, traffic volumes, parking plan, exterior signage, noise, and community appearance such as landscaping and fencing. Youth Advocates provided the burden of proof that the conditional use permit satisfied all the required findings in the Sitka General Code 22.3.160C. I also have, for the record, our music policy, our noise policy, and our residential policy. I could submit when I'm done here. The Planning Commission is obligated to make decisions based on planning and zoning issues as outlined in the Sitka General Code 22.24.10E1 criteria to be used in determining impacts of conditional uses. There's 13. None of these were used. Instead, the Planning Commission stated reason for denying our permit request didn't reference any of the enumerated criteria laid out in your general code, but instead stated these findings could not be made. The commission then copied and pasted the language of their prior denial of the same permit request for a Dodge Circle property. The commission stated, as Ms. Ainsley stated, the proposal would adversely affect the established character of the surrounding vicinity due to its incompatible use in R1 zoning and the unified descent of the neighborhood, blah, blah, blah. Just to summarize quickly, this statement is not within the scope of the Planning Commission zoning and planning authority, as it does not state how the proposal would affect the community character or how it is incompatible with residential zoning, given that this is a residential facility, and expressly states the decision was based on neighborhood disapproval, but not on zoning issues. Neighborhood disapproval and neighborhood disharmony are not planning or zoning criteria and should not have been used to deny a permit. Furthermore, there was not unified dissent of the neighborhood. In fact, the comments received were 50-50, 31 in support, 30 in oppositions. The supporters were seemingly disregarded. Instead of following the policies and procedures of the Sitka General Code, the Planning Commission instead used discriminatory language, fear mongering, and stereotypical fears from public comments as the basis for their criteria to deny Yaz's permit application twice now. It is because of this, the Planning Commission has now potentially violated the Fair Housing Act, as well as the 14th Amendment for Equal Protection Law, and possibly the Violence Against Women Act. The Fair Housing Act states that when enacting or applying zoning or land use laws, state and local governments may not act because of fears, prejudices, stereotypes, or unsubstantiated assumptions the community members may have about current or prospective residents because of the residents' protector characteristics. Doing so violates the act. The 14th Amendment for Equal Protection under the law states it is illegal to impose restrictions on housing, zoning, and permitting on housing because of alleged public safety concerns that are based on stereotypes about residents or anticipated residents' membership in a protected class. And the Violence Against Women Act provides housing protections for people applying for or living in units subsidized by the federal government who have experienced domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, or stalking. Also, those who are experiencing homelessness. Youth Advocates of Sitka serve youth who are victims of child abuse, youth who are in foster care or have aged out of foster care, homeless youth, youth who are at risk for human trafficking, youth who are at risk for substance use, youth who have severe emotional disturbance, and youth who have developmental issues such as fetal alcohol syndrome or autism spectrum disorder. These youth are recognized under the State of Alaska Mental Health Trust beneficiaries. They're also considered disabled under the Individualized Education Plan and Section 504 of the United States Department of Education. All these youth are protected by the Violence Against Women Act. Additionally, 90% of the youth that Youth Advocates of Sitka serves is Alaska Native. Additionally, the Coastal Haven is a group home and it has protective status under the Fair Housing Act. The Sitka General Code for quasi-institutional home states that this shall not include dwellings intended for a setting for handicapped persons as defined by the Fair Housing Act. So requiring Youth Advocates of Sitka to apply for a conditional use permit in the first place is a violation of this. For time, the Planning Commission then chose to impose additional conditions on their permit that were not imposed on other applicants. During deliberation, the commission members requested the vote be postponed so that Youth Advocates could hold a town hall to address the concerns of the public and to canvass the neighborhood conducting outreach. They offered no date, no resolution, and no expectations for this town hall. Youth Advocates of Sitka is not required or obligated to canvass a neighborhood. We're not required to conduct a town hall. So this additional condition is also a violation of the Fair Housing Act. We have provided an extensive operational plan. The permit was extensively vetted, reviewed, and approved by the Planning Department. We have already addressed all the same concerns from the public: perceived fear, stereotyping, concern for property value dropping, concerns for additional traffic. Sitka actually has the second highest home prices in the state. They are not declining as per the recently published Sitka Economic Trends. I also have a letter from Keller Williams, Baranoff Realty, that also corroborates the same. That could go on record. Concerns about increased traffic should be directed at the tour buses, not at Yaz. Additionally, despite that one individual believes no one in Sitka is required to get a permit to park in their own driveway. If Yaz is required to get a right-of-way encroachment permit from DOT, we will, because that's our own business. And I see I'm just about out of time. So in closing, Youth Advocates of Sitka believes the Planning Commission exceeded the scope of its authority by issuing a denial based on criteria that is not legal zoning and permitting criteria. The Planning Commission has potentially violated the Fair Housing Act, the 14th Amendment, the Violence Against Women Act by unlawfully ratifying the biases of the neighborhood, many of which was discriminatory. The Planning Commission has violated its own zoning ordinances, and requiring Youth Advocates of Sitka to apply for this permit is a violation for handicapped persons under the Fair Housing Act. With this, I'll submit my information to the clerk. And I would be open for any questions.
Thank you. Is there any questions for the appellant at this point? Great, thank you for your, please.
One of the documents that was submitted by Youth Advocates of Sitka in March had a timeline, and I was just knowing that we have a couple of options, that this is sort of a timely. Can I ask what has changed with respect to the timeline as far as their purchase, as far as the approval, or is that not appropriate?
Are you asking the appellant or the attorney?
I think I'm asking the attorney whether or not I should gauge this, because I did have a question, because there are a couple of options as far as how we proceed, but I'm just wondering time-wise as far as purchasing and those sort of decisions. I know that this has kind of set you back because we were here in May and then it got postponed. So I'm not sure how your timeline has changed based off of that document that was submitted in our packet for, I mean, it was in March.
You can ask questions of the appellant.
I think that would be my question, is with respect to the timeline.
Sure, Ms. Duncan. So our actual deadline is 3 years since November of 2022. So we have quite a few time, or quite some time before the expiration of our funds. When we didn't get the Dodge Circle property back in January, we were supposed to close on January 6th. We've regrouped. That's when we met Mr. Arnson, who offered his property to us. And we're trying to work with Mr. Arnson's timeline, which is towards the end of the summer, because he would like to move to Coffin Cove and put his son in school in Craig in time for the 2023-24 school year. So we would like to have this resolved sooner than later. We are hoping this month, but we could push it to July. I think Mr. Arnson would like to get out of Sitka by the end of July.
Thank you for your presentation. At this point, we'll be opening up the floor to testimony or comments from the public germane to the matter, not to exceed 3 minutes for any individual.
Valerie Nelson for the record. It's interesting that we should follow the code, except when we shouldn't, Mr. Hanson. Secretary General Code is part of the law. You all swore to uphold when you took your oath of office. 22.30.230A titled Appeals to the Assembly states, every appeal to the Assembly shall, underlined, be filed with the municipal clerk within 10 days of the date of the recommendation or decision of the matter being appealed. 21.08.190B goes on to state shall is synonymous with will and is always mandatory and not discretionary. The word may is permissive. Nowhere in the code does it allow for staff error as justification for a late filed appeal, and I'm unable to find a provision in our code that allows for city staff to state otherwise. This is not a timely filed appeal, as the meeting took place on April 5th. The appeal letter that I see is dated April 19th, 4 days past what our code allows, and should not be before you. I've filed many administrative appeals and I never got help from city staff saying, oh man, you can have 5 more days. We have a code that says the law is the law. In their appeal, YAS points to all the neighborhood people that do not wish to have the character of their residential neighborhood diminished or changed by the whims of a former city administrator, Keller Williams, Mr. Brady, that's trying to broker this lucrative deal. They also point to all the people that are in favor of this as being the same amount of those for as against. I did not find in the record any one of the people that spoke in favor of this conditional use permit as owning a residence in this neighborhood. They also state other uses such as a bar and restaurant a half mile away that is on property that is commercially zoned, Channel Club, as well as a charter lodge and 2 short-term rentals, which more than likely went through the conditional use process. To justify an insertion of a quasi-institutional facility into a residential area, one of the most restrictive zones, there have been several commercially zoned properties on the market they could have purchased without inserting themselves into a residential neighborhood. Zoning is a game of expectations and predictability. An R1 classification gives everyone a common expectation that a house or duplex will go in next door. This predictability stabilizes our property values and gives the bank some assurance that the property will maintain its cash value. Any transition brings unpredictability and brings chaos. This is a direct quote from a previous Planning Commission meeting packet dated 2/5/1990. Also from the 11/20/89 meeting packet, Kramer Avenue, one of the underlying principles of zoning and subdivision regulations is the protection of property values. That's why the conditional use, variance, subdivision regulations are designed to protect landowners. I hope you understand you're not elected to cater to everything administration puts before you. Please do the lawful thing and deny this appeal. And I think YAS is probably a great organization, but I'm opposed. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Britt Galanin, and I live at 3507 HPR, which is about 4 doors down from the proposed property. I would like to start by saying that I am opposed to having this decision be overturned. And I believe that the Planning Commission acted in good faith when they decided to deny the permit. I would like to start off by saying that I've been very disappointed and offended, honestly, by how this has gone. I was one of the people who did take a petition around to my neighbors. That we actually had over 40 names and individuals in the neighborhood who signed our petition in opposition. None of the comments that I heard from my neighbors and nothing written on the petition has anything to do with concerns about safety for the neighbors or anything that is discriminatory in any way. I have a background in public health. I am a sociologist. I actually worked to start an adult mentorship program at McLaughlin Youth Center in Anchorage. I would definitely take offense with any discriminatory, biased comments that were made. This was not a not in my backyard issue. This had to do with the fact that this home does not have much privacy. As the applicant has stated, it's a very private area. It is actually not. There are dozens of homes that look directly down into the comings and goings of this home. It shares a beach with multiple homes as well. And so we had concerns about the privacy. We also had concerns about the fact that it's an 1.5-hour walk from town for individuals and that they may not have cars. Many of them are going to be young adults because the program goes up to age 21 and they're expected to get rides, which I know as a mom is actually a long way back and forth to be spending in your car. So our concerns actually had to do with the ability for the residents to be successful and to have that turned on us and to be accused of being racist or that I'm making derogatory comments or that my neighbors are because we oppose this is honestly quite offensive. And I think it's the disharmony that the Planning Commission was pointing to. At no point has YAS reached out to any of the neighbors that I regularly speak with to talk to us about this issue. In fact, they have created much inflammatory, rude, and quite honestly offensive commentary and language about this that has made this seem as if we are against helping youth who I agree need help. This is actually about this house. It's not about YAS. It's about whether or not this house is a right place for this pilot statewide program. As YAS mentioned, they have almost 2 more years to find a more suitable location. I would highly encourage our community to come together to support YAS in doing that because this is not the right location for it. Thank you.
Good evening, Mary Magnuson for the record. And for the record, I am the purchaser of the property directly across the street from this home. It's an employee housing at this moment. They look right down through the windows. There's a lot of things to be said here. The first one is this appeal should not be being heard. There should have been a second filing of the CUP request. And the Planning Commission should have looked at it again. The appellant has produced no new evidence, which is what you need to see, is some evidence that this is not going to change the character of the neighborhood. It clearly is. I find the planning department's report extremely lacking. As a citizen, I'm able to produce 22 pages of police reports to the Hanson House in the last 10 years, 22 pages. I would venture to guess that in the neighborhood that I live in, there hasn't been 10. So this is at a 6-bed facility. This is a 12-bed facility plus workers. So not only are they asking to put this in a residential neighborhood, this business, I mean, they may be a nonprofit, it's still a business. It's still what it is. It's a group home. It's a business. Now it's double this. So we're looking at 44 pages in 10 years. How is this congruent with an R1 neighborhood to put a business that's going to have this amount of police call and disruptive to the elderly neighbors and people with little kids? And I agree with Britt. I am frankly offended. I worked for YAS. I employ at-risk people, lots of them. And to be saying that we just don't want this facility is ridiculous. The grant was given to build a facility. There's been no safety policies, no evidence, nothing. The code says how many people should be in that building. I want you to follow the code. They want to follow the code. Let's follow the code. I don't think it's going to be a viable thing if we actually do the numbers. I urge you to remand this to the Planning Commission for an appropriately phrased finding, which I believe will be a denial. Zoning is in place for a reason. And if you're going to just throw it out the window, what assurances does anybody have in their home, their value, and what they can expect in their neighborhood? I would urge you to remand this back to planning or just outright deny it. I think the attorney's report makes it clear that you can. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Roy Mitchell. I reside at 103 Darren Drive. And we too look down on the residents, current resident there, 4111 HPR. And I again, on behalf of my family, wish to go on record as opposing issuing the rezoning for a conditional use permit for the quasi institutional facility proposed by the Youth Advocacy Sitka. I wish to echo other feelings that have been expressed this evening, and that the advocacy group continues to disregard, totally disregard those of us living there, neighbors, making little or no effort to reach out to us, to deal with our issues and bring us into their support and trust to assist in making this happen. Very clearly, we agree, the family, that there is a need, but this proposal is inadequate. The approach continues to display, in my mind, fairly heavy-handed actions. We've been given no consideration, and the success of this, as I stated earlier, the success of a venture like this requires partnership and collaboration, and they have not considered thus their partners. Therefore, we, my family, we humbly urge this assembly to recognize and uphold the determinations made by the Planning and Zoning Commission. And again, deny the approval as is currently proposed by this organization. And this site is not adequate based on the proposal put forth. So thank you very much.
Hi, Tori O'Connell Kern. I didn't have prepared remarks, but I was listening to the radio and wanted to come down and support YAS and support this request. I'd sent a letter in earlier and hopefully you all have read that, but I guess if we're talking about consideration, I think our first consideration should be for the children of this community. And this is a real need, a real outstanding need in our community. And it seems that this house is a good fit for this. The requirements for CUP are there. And we do a lot of things with residential neighborhoods, allowing charter fishermen, short-term rentals, Airbnbs, where we don't know the quality or character of the people there. I mean, here we have youth in need and they are residents, they live here. Let's allow them in this house. I would say just a few more things. The privacy and, nobody wants anything to change. I get that. But I would say the beach is public. Anybody can use a beach on low tide. I have beachfront property. People can use my beach on low tide. That isn't a very compelling argument to withhold housing from children that are in need. The Hanson House, with all due respect, is a house for youth, at-risk youth with serious issues. But it's not apples and oranges there. So I think this is a perfect location for this house because, for one, the park is there. And I would just urge us to do the right thing as a community and move forward with this. Let's do it. Murkowski gave the money to the community. Let's do it. Thank you very much.
My name is Martina Kurzer. I have been a citizen of Sitka for almost 28 years and have been working for Sitkans Against Family Violence for over 17 years. I'm speaking for myself and not on behalf of my agency. I'm here to encourage you to override the decision of the Planning Commission of denying a conditional use permit for youth advocates of Sitka and to allow this agency to purchase property on 3411 Halibut Point Road with a goal to establish a home for youth in need. During my time at SAFE, I have learned a lot about Sitka. Before, I was part of a mostly white, educated, and financially stable crowd. Working at SAFE opened my eyes to the unseen fellow citizens, among them the homeless, the victimized, the unfortunate, and the forgotten. Our agency saw dramatic changes from shifts in our policies. One was the transition of trauma-informed services. In short, this means that instead of asking a person with unusual behavior, what is wrong with you, we ask, what happened to you? This small shift of perspective made me much less prejudiced and opinionated and way more compassionate. It changed my interactions with clients to a level where I meet them on their terms instead of expecting they should interact with me on my level. I request that particularly the neighbors of 3411 HBR also make this slight shift of perspective. The shelter at SAFE is located in a residential downtown area. I went online and checked the assessed property values of Our direct neighbors and the ones adjacent to them, the first and second circle around safe, so to speak. I did not detect any evidence that the directly surrounding properties are showing lower values than others. Reading YAS's appeal, it becomes obvious to me that the Planning Commission's decision to decline granting a conditional use permit was based mostly on fear and bias of direct neighbors. As a community, we have always been proud of our sense of helping fellow citizens in need, like in cases of accidents, disease, natural disasters, or on the water. There's almost no day without a Facebook post about a dog that seems to be lost. So evidently, people do care. I'm disturbed that the sense of care ends when we consider caring for youth and young adults whose life stories do not reflect our own or that of our own children. Please allow youth advocates of Sitka to purchase this property. Please make sure that young people who have been treated badly in the past will receive a home and healing. Thank you.
Assembly members, mayor, staff. My name is Eric Jordan, and I actually came here to speak on another issue, maybe later. But as a longtime advocate for youth, a coach for many years, served on daycare board, teen center boards, city council on alcoholism and drug abuse boards, taught middle school, broadcast many, many basketball games. I've been an advocate for youth my whole life. Now I'm taking young people of all ages fishing. I have friends on both sides of this issue. I listen to them. But a lot of time, these young people don't have anybody standing up for them. I mean, they can't really speak for themselves. But there's a lot of troubled young people. And so my position is sometimes it's really hard to make these type of decisions, and I appreciate you so much. But I stand for the youth, and I hope you will too.
My name is Kathy Newman, and I would like to request that you vote yes for their conditional use permit. Without some kind of intervention, youth and young adults who are homeless, marginalized, lacking caring adults, or risk of being trafficked are much less likely to become productive adults. The YAS proposal for helping these youth and using this facility is well-planned and very detailed. It, along with their trained and caring workers, would provide the structure and discipline the youth need to give them both hope and direction for the future. The circumstances that cause them to be in this situation are often not their fault, and they deserve a chance to realize their value as individuals and to be part of making Sitka a better place.
Hi, Kari Boston. I'd like to say that while I respect the Planning Commission that wanted to take neighbors' concerns into account when making this zoning choice, many of the concerns expressed about increased criminal activity and law enforcement presence at the proposed facility imply that youth who are victims of crimes are by default dangerous and don't have a place in our community. I work as an educator at Sitka Sound Science Center, and while I'm representing only my own opinion, my work with youth in Sitka directly informs my support for YAS's proposed housing project. Young people struggle to focus in school, build healthy relationships with peers, or be consistent employees when their housing situation is unstable. Past trauma and lack of community support only exacerbate these issues. In Sitka, where our housing and rental market are already excessively tight, it's even more imperative to create and support safe housing spaces for youth. I worked in Bend a couple of years ago for an AmeriCorps program, and Bend is another place that has incredibly tight housing. And the youth that I worked with were young people, same age category, mid-teens to mid-20s. And the biggest, most consistent problem we saw with people showing up for work and being able to learn and grow and become productive young adults, people that had skills and had like a future, was housing. That was the biggest thing. And I really would hate, I hate to hear and see that that is also a problem here. I urge you to grant youth advocates conditional use permit for this facility. Young people in Sitka can't learn and thrive without safe, stable housing and connection and support to our community. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Assembly members. I am Carolyn Black, and I live within 100 yards of the proposed site of the YAS quasi-institutional home. The Planning Committee was correct in voting to deny the permit to use the 3411 Halibut Point Road as a quasi-institutional home in a residential neighborhood. It would most definitely adversely affect the established character of the surrounding vicinity in our neighborhood. Heather Murray stated in her filed paperwork that efforts were made to speak with some of the neighbors. However, we were never contacted and live across the street, and only one house is between us and the proposed property. She also stated in her appeal to the Assembly, Youth Advocates of Sitka is not required or obligated to canvass the neighborhood. But in the permitting paperwork, they stated, YAS will foster relationships with the neighbors so that everyone is satisfied with the program and allow for discussion if there is an incident. This is already starting off on a wrong foot with half-truths and lies. I also researched the appropriations information on Senator Murkowski's website, and this is word for word what is written. Sitka, $2 million to the Youth Advocates of Sitka to build a facility to support victims of trafficking, exploitation, and substance abuse. Not buy a home and try to make it fit into what they need to build one. I come from a family of 14, my parents and my 12 siblings, of which I am the youngest. I can tell you from experience, it is not easy, and we were all from the same family living in an 8-bedroom home of varying ages. Building an appropriate facility within a commercial area of Sitka will be a more appropriate and successful venture, and I believe the intent of the appropriations money from Senator Murkowski. I ask that you vote to deny with prejudice this appeal.
So I spent a few years working in group foster homes.
If you could state your name for the record,
I'm
please.
sorry, I'm
Thank
Wendy
you.
Leverett. So I did spend time working in group foster homes in neighborhoods in another state, and there were understandably a lot of concerns, and I get why people are nervous. There are a lot of unknowns welcoming something like this into your own backyard, so to speak. But there are a few things. One is having those youth in neighborhoods. We were able to deinstitutionalize them, their children, their youth. These kids have been hurt. These kids, these young people have been through more than we understand, and it wasn't their fault. The only hope they have of having a healthy, normal life is to be in a regular neighborhood and feel like regular people and learn what healthy is and what it looks like and what they could have. Being institutionalized is absolutely the opposite of what will help these kids have a future. So I understand the concerns, but often they're not as bad as people think. The fear is normal and it's understandable, but the neighborhoods I worked in, the issues were never as bad as they thought. And yes, police come sometimes, but it wasn't the inconvenience they thought it would be. And I mean, no disrespect to the people in that neighborhood. I don't understand the concern about people being able to see the yard. I lived on Darren Drive myself, and I understand that. But the reality is they're going to be more uncomfortable, the fact that they're more on display because they're not hiding. They're going to be in a structured home with people who've done this for years. And there might be bumps in the road, but they're going to figure out how to make it work for that and for that home, for those kids. With all the fears that are real and all the concerns that are legitimate, at the end of the day, no one's going to want these kids in their neighborhood because the same fears are going to be everywhere. But these children deserve a future. And if we're not willing to give them a home and show them what they could possibly have, they have no future. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Susan Jensen. Thank you for opportunity. I have a background as an educator, all ages, and also I have worked at Youth Advocates. I worked at the Hanson House for a year or two. I don't remember what it was. I just appreciate your concern about this, and I hope we're all equally concerned about youth in our community. I just want to address one of the things that was said earlier was that people haven't said that they were afraid, but I was at the Planning Commission meeting. I was at the last assembly meeting where this appeal came up. That was a majority of comments that people made. They were afraid of what this was going to do. They were afraid for their kids. And I just think that their concerns are overboard personally. And I think that there've been a lot of input into this. And I think there are a lot of legal issues raised that I think Brian, I don't know if he's going to address those later, but a lot of things about Fair Housing Act and all that I don't know if those need to be addressed. But one of the words that's really stuck out to me with all this is called a conditional use permit. Let's grant it.
Good evening. My name is Richard Ween. This is a very interesting issue. I'm a process guy. I like process. I like detail. Some of the issues related here, I hope people read and including people in the audience, read the Gotti consultation on this matter. And the bottom line is this is something that has been handled not very well from the very beginning. I have a couple of notes here that one, obtaining fairness in a hearing is a cornerstone of justice. In order for hearing to be fair and comply with due process requirements, it must be held before an impartial tribunal. This assembly is acting as the Board of Adjustment, is the governing body of the city and borough of Sitka. With just a minimal amount of due diligence, one sees displayed on the website of Youth Advocates that the city and borough of Sitka is listed as a partner of YAS. To me, this partnership means that CBS agrees with the mission and purpose of YAS, and its ability to adjudicate the YAS appeal is tainted. I therefore recommend that the board adjourn and remand back to the Planning Commission, which was suggested by the consultation, and to develop its case as suggested by the Gotti legal opinion. And when complete, send the findings to an independent arbitration board for decision. On the other hand, when you deal with the equitable estoppel, this actually should not have been granted if it can be demonstrated that YAS had knowledge of the deadline and failed to meet it. Failure to meet a deadline is not the issue that is presented in the case presented by Gotti, Municipality of Anchorage versus Schneider. That had to do with a promise in a zoning change. It had nothing to do with deadline. When you start changing deadlines, I think you're approaching a very bad zone. The legal opinion, by the way, represented by Gotti, I'm afraid to say, in my humble opinion, I found was very weak and actually seemed more like a defense for YAS than a defense for the than a defense for the planning committee. Also, this will make R1 weaker. And I agree with prior speakers that zoning does have reasons. And this is a high-end real estate property, which will be removed from the tax base. And in general, institutional owners will not care for the property, as well as a multimillionaire individual who owns it. There is so much here to talk about. 3 minutes is not enough. Read the consult from Gotti.
Is there anyone else this evening to speak for or against the appeal?
Hi, my name is Mary Todd Anderson. I've been a Sitka resident for 53 years. We went through the same process. So I've been an educator for many years, a social worker, worked with hard to handle youth, good youth too, of course. Nobody's here arguing about the needs of the youth. All of us agree. I agree too. But I will say that, first of all, I oppose the granting of the conditional use permit, and also the fact that, the Women's Club letter that came out that I'm a part of, I never got to see that verbiage that said we were all unanimously in agreement of the conditional use permit. I never saw that letter. I thought it was a little bit very not fair to do that. So anyway, I oppose that. But why have a planning commission if we're not going to acknowledge the needs, the philosophy, of granting the neighborhood? And I will say, as far as Dodge Circle goes, we went through this whole process. I'm the one that went around to get the petition and everything else. There were a lot of concerns. Of course, we had a private driveway with Brenners that went down to that site. But in all honesty, there's been a lot of, I don't know how to say it, but not very kind comments from this agency. And believe me, I support youth advocates for a lot of programs, but it's never been done right from the beginning. They hardly contacted any of us. And I hear the same complaints for that. And so going back to I'm not sure with this pilot program, if they are the ones, and this is gutsy to say this, and I'm going to say it, I'm not sure they're ones qualified to do this program. I've been involved with a lot of administrative things with social work programs because the unprofessional comments made. And there's been a lot of that. There's been a lot of backstabbing. And if I wasn't home that weekend, it would have never happened. If somebody didn't walk off an airplane and see somebody that said their house was involved with that, it wouldn't have happened to even oppose it. So there's many, many issues going on. And there's talk about maybe employees living there. Yes, I realize they need some on-site 24-hour, but just back to the other, none of us oppose the youth. None of us supporting them. I just think with a time period with the R1, this does dilute the process of R1. I totally agree with that. And I just think that, again, why have a planning commission? They did the right decision with us. Why not make the right decision with this neighborhood? And again, I have nothing against youth. I love youth. I adore youth. Thank you.
The button on the bottom.
I
There you
turned
go.
it off.
Thank you.
My name is Amanda Johnson, and I'm here in opposition of the appeal. I was also in opposition of the original request. I would just like to also reiterate the fact that as far as I have heard, no one in opposition of this is in opposition of helping youth and what YAS is trying to do here. The opposition is specifically against this location and the fact that it is as far out HPR as it is. I agree that some of their plans do fall in line with the comprehensive plan, but they also go, they help make things worse, including the struggles that our police department has. And if you look at the police report that Mary supplied, those 20 pages of calls, each one of those indicate a time where a policeman drove to that address, took the time to go out there. which takes a lot of time. And I have lived in Sitka for almost 36 years. I have lived on this stretch of road for those 36 years. I know how it feels to walk into town. I know what it feels like being a kid stuck out the end of the road, taking the bus home and having issues and not being able to get a hold of anybody. You are a long ways out the road. They have stated that they will run this with a minimum ratio of 1 to 5 for staff and clients, which to me, a minimum ratio is a risk for a staffing crisis. I also work in healthcare and I see struggles on a daily basis of maintaining full staffing, especially in behavioral health and in our rural remote areas. At the commission meeting, they also discussed getting employees here and where they would be housed. And they did mention the possibility of housing employees at this residence, which to me is an abuse of, what this funding is for. I'd also like to speak to the concerns about safety. It's not just the safety of myself and my family. It is concerns about the safety for the clients at this residence. Being protected, being able to get to and from town, and their privacy at this residence. It's not so much the neighbor's privacy is the concern. It's the fact that when they're sharing that beach, when they're in the house, they're in a fishbowl. So I urge you to uphold what the commission decided, because they did follow code and it just happened to be the same reason that it was denied on Dodge Circle. Thanks.
Rachel Jones, offering comment in support of YAS. I submitted most of my comments via writing on some of the kind of fair housing, civil rights, legal issues, and you guys have those all in writing. I just wanted to reiterate that, as much as we're hearing things about what the neighborhood desires, what's best for the youth in Sitka, this issue in front of you guys today as a quasi judicial body is an area of law that's housing rights law, and it's very well established. It's regulated by the FHA, it's regulated by the ADA, it's regulated by the Civil Rights Act, it's regulated by the Violence Against Women Act, where you're talking about victims of sexual abuse or domestic violence. And you've had outside counsel provide you some kind of thorough information on that. I just want to reiterate that whatever the zoning code says, whatever the state law says, federal law preempts where there are issues of discrimination in housing rights. I think your counsel has provided you some thorough information on that front. I also wanted to say, because I submitted it by written comment yesterday, I didn't know previously that the money that is being framed as coming from Senator Murkowski, of course, is not from her personally. It was brought to my attention that it comes from HUD. It comes from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. And I didn't know this previously, or I would have submitted it with my earlier comment. And I did so in writing yesterday that Housing and Urban Development has an enforcement arm for housing discrimination as well. So your counsel laid out, if YAS was not satisfied that any discrimination had been remedied at this hearing, they could appeal to the Superior Court. That's one option. They could appeal within the city system, but they could appeal for a federal investigation through HUD as well. They have an enforcement office that investigates housing discrimination claims. I submitted that yesterday. It was pretty short notice, so I wanted to bring that to your attention as well. And then just speaking as a private citizen who's lived near a youth advocate's house, they ran a house for middle school age children on my street. It's like an 11-foot wide alley. I just want to say we didn't notice any issues. They were there for a number of years. Our kids played with the kids that were at that house. They were well supervised. The program was well run. Our property value doubled over that time. So I don't think it had any impact on our property value at all. And as far as police showing up at the property, whatever the actual number was, I don't know, but living across the street, I noticed the police at the property twice. There was never any sirens, never any disturbance. And in the same amount of time, I actually had a neighbor call the police on us twice, once because they didn't like where we placed a fence post and once because one of our chickens got loose. Which are, the kinds of things that happen in a small, tight neighborhood. And that particular house, I don't think caused any more disturbances than my fence or my chicken did. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mary Stevens. I just want to go on record supporting this location for the program as explained to us. I think it's very well covered and planned. The money is there. The house is beautiful. I've been there and looked at it. It's perfect for normalizing a population of students that have been mistreated. And I know there's a lot of fear, and I've heard it too, because I've been coming in these meetings. And but I think we need to get past that. Our youth are under attack, and it's different than what it used to be. I'm a retired teacher. I taught kindergarten, been retired 13 years. In my last year of teaching, my kids were coming in with therapists, and I saw the decline. And now we're in a critical situation with our youth, and we need to step up. We need to set aside the fears and just, we got the money, we got the place. This owner of this place, I'm sure he wasn't being intentionally had a vendetta against his neighbors. He was a good guy, and he sees the need too. And we just need to get past our fears and do the same. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Steve Black. I live right across the street from this house as well. And you're right, Howard is a good guy. I have no problems with him. He's been a great neighbor. I normally don't go on attack mode, but for this, I kind of am. I just don't feel that Youth Advocates of Sitka is doing a good job of promoting this. I don't think they've done a good job with the Hanson House. Miss Rachel Jones here mentioned how where she lived right near a place similar. They didn't have any issues there. Well, obviously that was run well. I don't think Youth Advocates of Sitka is doing as good a job. Yeah, I mostly work from home. My wife is home most mornings and early afternoons. Although I did receive an 11th hour letter in the mail, nobody ever attempted to contact us nor any of our neighbors we have spoken with. I'll say it right now, I don't trust Youth Advocates of Sitka. I was at the April 5th Planning Commission meeting. My impression was half of their comments were spun to say that what they felt the commission members and the public wanted to hear. Youth Advocates of Sitka stated that cameras, alarm systems, and fencing would be installed. All necessary precautions will be taken. All is a bold statement. All necessary precautions will be taken, but never once was that detailed out. What are these precautions? All is just a buzzword. Makes sounds good. Yeah. I want to kind of went against what when they turned in for their appeal. I kind of took part of their appeal bit by bit. And this one was, some was kind of laughable. So it's on page 3, bullet point 2 of the YAS appeal. If this wasn't such an important topic to me, YAS spin is almost laughable. They comment on how 31 people were in support of this CUP, 17 being represented by one letter, but the signature of 5 people in one household were 3 children under 18. Well, these 5 they are talking about are Jeff and Tammy Wheeler and their 3 adult children, all of legal voting age. But they're saying, oh, they shouldn't be counted. But one letter representing 17 people, which we just found out, Mary Todd Anderson was not was not in favor of that letter, but her name was on there. So who is spinning what? Once again, I don't trust their leadership. So what's going to make this place is going to be safe? Maybe it will be, maybe it won't. They keep saying these youth, these children. These aren't children. These are 16 to 21-year-old young adults. You know, they're a little more harder to control than these children would be they have at Hanson House. Maybe I'm being a little overzealous here, but I don't think so. I think it's going to be they're tougher to control. They're a little smarter, a little older, a little wiser. They know a lot more. Anyways, I'm running out of time real quick here. Never mind. Right. Anyways.
Any other comments this evening for or against the appeal? Sarah, please. And then Sarah, I understand we have one person on the line. Thank you.
My name is Heather Chandler. I work at YS. But I'm speaking on my own personal opinion about it as well. I've worked previously as a domestic violence and sexual assault advocate, and before that with Edgecombe students. And so I've been working with youth for nearly a decade. That being said, I've had a lot of experience with different varieties of youth in Alaska, that them being from the village and from here in Sitka to all over the state of Alaska. And I see this opportunity as an investment to our youth to be able to give them, not control them, but give them the skills that they need, which we do already at YS, to be able to obtain employment, use coping skills, to be a part of the community and become citizens. And we have had lots of successful rates. I believe in youth, and this is a great opportunity, because for once in our lifetime, we are able to identify trauma, which has never been brought up in the past, and old beliefs, old systems, including school beliefs. And we have the skill set to help those with historical trauma, generational trauma, to be able to pave a future for these kids and to have them go out into the world and become adult citizens. And yes, they are kids, to become adult citizens, law-abiding citizens, taxpayers, and they are our future. And our future is important. It's an investment in our future. And I love YS. I love what they do. And I think this is a great opportunity for Sitka to grow and support youth statewide.
Sarah, if we could get the telephonic participation on the line, please.
John, I might need help with the volume because my volume's not working.
Hello.
Hi, Heather. This is Sarah calling from the assembly meeting. It's your opportunity to provide public comment on the appeal. So if you could state your first and last name for the record, and then your 3 minutes will begin.
Okay, right now?
Yes.
Okay, is there any way you could call back? I'm on the interstate.
No, I'm sorry. This is your opportunity for public testimony.
Okay. Okay.
Did you want to offer your public testimony?
Yeah.
Heather, thank you for your time. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Heather Brandt. I live I am in opposition of this permit. You know, I want to start off by saying the code says for quasi-institutional housing in an R1 zone, the amount of people allowed in a home is 6 people. And YS is wanting to put 8 on one side and 4 on the other. That is against the code. And if we're going to follow code, why are we not going to follow that one? You know, from where our home is positioned, from my children's bedroom, they can see down. Even if they were to add fencing, add privacy, my children see down into that home and into the yard. And as I am concerned for my kids, I'm also concerned for the privacy of the people that would be living there. And I just want to say, you know, I was really disappointed when YS declined the opportunity for a town hall or a neighborhood discussion, because I feel like this would have been a great opportunity for them to educate the community and have a healthy communication with our neighborhood. But instead, they just said that they had spoken to who they needed to talk to, and the rest of us were squeaky wheels. In YS's application, they said that they have no issues with their other programs, and after speaking directly to people who live around Hanson House and reviewing police records, we know that that is not totally true. It's discouraging that YS couldn't just be honest in their application and state that sometimes they do have issues that arise, that they work with the police department and neighbors to make sure those issues are resolved. In their application, they stated they would work with the surrounding neighbors so that everyone is satisfied with their program. And now they're saying that they don't need to discuss anything with neighbors. There are so many inconsistencies with YES and how they will run the program. These inconsistencies are giant red flags to anyone who lives in the vicinity of 3411, should their permit be granted. It seems that they would like to appear great on paper, but they can't actually execute that in reality. Due to their lack of having actual plans in place, although they were ready to provide them today, they have not been in the past. It likely seems that YS would bring added noise, added traffic, and similar to Hanson House, added police traffic. And while we're not concerned about the police traffic, we're concerned about the resource. This summer, Sitka PD will be down to only 6 officers and no one in dispatch, really. So let's strain an already strained resource to our community. And that's all I have. I'm opposed. I respectfully ask you to oppose this permit.
Thank you for your time this evening, Heather.
Thank you.
And one last call for any testimony or comments for or against, please.
Hi, my name is Brendan Jones. The window of my kids actually does look down or did look down to the house, the previous house. And I just like to tell a little story about a kiddo who wasn't age 16 to 21. I think he was probably about 10 or 11. And he kind of looked back up at our kids and at first kind of stayed within the fence and kind of called out. And then my kids kind of started playing with them. They developed a relationship, and soon enough, he was coming over in our yard, kicking the ball. And I just want to harken back to the comment that was made previously that really struck me about these kids getting the chance or the avenue to become citizens in our community. They've obviously gone through significant trauma, and I do think it's our job as a community to help them become citizens. And that's certainly the path that this kiddo who lived directly across that 11-foot alley, that's what was happening with him. So that's a story that actually happened. That's not anybody's imagination. Thank you.
Anyone else for testimony or comments this evening?
Hi, my name is Morgan Carlson. I work for YAS, but this is me talking as a private citizen who lives by Hanson House. I have never noticed the police disturbances at all in the neighborhood. I know I've heard like parking may be an issue on our street. Hanson House is not the parking problem. There's no kids just hanging out in the front where their privacy would be at risk for the rest of the neighborhood, and they're not invading any of our privacy on the street. So I know people are worried about it, but it's not anything that I've noticed being next to Hanson House. So I don't see that changing with a more mature group of people. These are 16 to mid-20s kids that are young adults that arguably are going to be more mature, more invested in their own well-being in society. And I don't think risking an opportunity to get the help is something that they would do. So thank you.
It didn't work. There we go. My name is Shauna Thornton and I sit on the board. I'm not here as a board member right at the moment. I do work at the bank and I am not voicing the opinion of the bank I work at. This is my own personal experience from 30 years of volunteering with children in various communities across the state of Alaska. I volunteered and worked at the Boys and Girls Club in Kenai for over 20 years before I moved to Sitka. One of the things that I noticed is my kids always went to the Boys and Girls Club. There were all kinds of kids from all kinds of places. There were some that were more disruptive and there were some that were probably more quiet than others. But the one thing that was a commonality across all of the children in all of the years I've been a volunteer is that they're going to give you the behavior that you come to expect from them. So if you expect them to be marginalized, disenfranchised, not part of your community, that's what you're going to get. I have personally interacted with each of the kids at Youth Advocates. They're very wonderful children. So we took them, they volunteered to go get the ducks, the rubber ducks out of the storage shed for the rubber duck race one year. And you know, those kids were so happy to be included in our community and to be given an opportunity to volunteer and to be shown what it's like to be a part of something. I have kids that now are in their 40s with their own kids, and they have reached out to me for various, social media or whatever. And the one thing that's a common thread is that there's nothing like a 13, 14, 20-year-old young man coming up and saying, Miss Shauna, you made a difference in my life. You can't, that's what we're here for. That's what we're supposed to be. We need to be mentors in our communities, not marginalizers. And I would beg everybody to at least volunteer before having that chance of just saying it's a fearful thing, because they're not fearful. They're just young people.
Anyone else for testimony or comments? Thank you all. I appreciate your comments this evening. We will be moving on to response or clarifying statements from staff. After we have these two clarifying statements and the evidentiary period is closed. So staff, Amy, if you'd like to offer a response or clarifying comments.
I don't have anything, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to, again, make myself available for any questions that the board may have after testimony.
Thank you. Heather, an appellant response or clarifying statement, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you again, Assembly. Again, Heather Murray, Executive Director for Youth Advocates of Sitka. Yaz has been transparent through this whole process. We've provided extensive operational plans multiple times. We also have 50 years of experience with residential treatment for youth. We've submitted our appeal in the exact time frame that the planning department staff set forth. Yaz didn't set the time frame. Youth Advocates is a good resource for youth struggling in Sitka. Our community's at-risk youth population is at a much higher percentage than most expect. The Assembly can do the right thing by approving this conditional use permit to conform with the law. In the event our permit is not approved, Yaz will move forward with filing housing discrimination to HUD for both properties, HPR and Dodge Circle, because it has indicated a pattern with the Planning Commission. Finally, Youth Advocates is going on record to request a reasonable accommodation under the Fair Housing Act for the protected class of disabled persons and land use and zoning policies and procedures where such accommodations may be necessary to afford persons or groups of persons with disabilities the equal opportunity to use and enjoy housing like everyone else. The city cannot limit group homes for persons with mental illness to certain neighborhoods. It is illegal under the Fair Housing Act for local land use and zoning laws to exclude or limit group homes for individuals with specific types of disabilities. I submit this reasonable accommodation request to the clerk. To address the transportation issues, once again, it's also laid out in our extensive operational plans. Yes, has vehicles. All of our youth take the school bus, just like everyone else in the town. We also provide over 3,500 rides a year to our youth using our fleet of vehicles. No one needs to worry about how our youth move up and down HPR. Our youth get to school, our youth get to work. They also take the bus, the community ride. So there's a lot of things that people have said that's really none of their business. Also, it's been extensively laid out in our operational plan, which we've submitted, I believe, about 5 times now. Also, when we hear people who say some of this derogatory language and then they come back up here and say it again, but then they also say that they didn't say it, it just shows that the record has taken some of this discriminatory language in account for denying our permit. Yaz is a good neighbor. We will show everyone we are a good neighbor. And if you give us our permit, we will prove you all wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I will close the evidentiary portion of this hearing, and the Assembly will have the Board of Adjustment will have the opportunity to deliberate. Before we do so, I'd like to take a 8-minute recess so that the Board of Adjustment can use the bathroom and come back. Sarah, at that time, could you pass out the newly acquired information that we received earlier? Is there enough copies for all of us? Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I believe we're waiting on copies right now of some information that was provided. And as soon as the Board of Adjustment has that, we will jump back into the evidence or the deliberation. Thanks for everybody's understanding who's in the audience right now, as the appellant did submit some plans as well. I want to make sure that the Board of Adjustment has those before we're able to continue. Thank you for your time on that, Sarah. Much appreciated. JJ, are you back online? Welcome.
Yes, I
Thank-
am. Mhm.
And we can hear you now. Is Amy online as well? Great, thank you. So we'll bring it back to the Board of Adjustment to deliberate on the preceding hearings. Kevin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to take this time to thank everyone for coming tonight. This is not an easy, it's contentious, appears to be a contentious thing. I want to be careful to make sure it's important that everyone came and was free to state their opinions with no booing or hissing, and that was, everyone behaved very well, and I really appreciate that. I also want to make a point that although there's disagreements, I don't like to nullify someone's opinion one way or another. I think everyone has valid points. There's concerns. There's concerns on both sides, and so every person's opinion is valid. So I would just want to thank you all for coming. So I'm just going to throw out my opinions or my thoughts, and then people can just take it from there. The first thing I wanted to note was the staff recommended this in the first place, and this has not changed. That's kind of important to me. The federal legal issues that we could run into also are a problem. And with that, I'll refer to the law opinion by Michael Gotti. Page 7. I'm just going to read it as quick as I can. In 2016, the Department of Housing and Urban Development and the Department of Justice issued a joint statement regarding local land use laws and the FHA that addresses some of the issues raised in this appeal. Notably, it cautioned that when acting or applying zoning laws, zoning or land use laws, state and local governments may not act because of the fears, prejudices, stereotypes, or unsubstantiated assumptions that community members may have about current or prospective residents because of the residents' protected characteristics. Doing so violates the act, even if the officials themselves do not personally share this bias. Also, I want to read part in page 5 as well, which the applicant bears the burden of proof. After all these consideration, in order to approve the conditional use permit, certain findings must be made by the Planning Commission. These are that the conditional use will not be detrimental to public health, be injurious to the uses, property, or improvements adjacent to and in the vicinity of the site upon which the proposed use is to be located. Number 2, the conditional use is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Number 3, conditions that are necessary to monitor the impacts of the CUP can be monitored and enforced. Number 4, the proposed use will not be introduce hazardous conditions at the site that cannot be mitigated. And number 5, finally, the conditional use will be supported by adequate public facilities and services or conditions that can be imposed to lessen their impact. From my perspective, currently, I feel that at this current time, I mean, I could be changed, but I feel at this current time that the Planning Commission was wrong in their determination. Because of these, I see no problem. I feel like YAS, all the conditions can be met here, basically. Also, all of the comments regarding the, a little nervous because this is a lot of people have spoken, but basically I feel according to our code that this should go forward. I try not to state my opinions as far as this one way or the other, but I do feel that this home is very much in line with our comprehensive plan, and some of the youth or some of the comments people made really touched me. And something that someone said was that we need to mentor our youth, and that's extremely important these days. It's very hard being a kid nowadays with with good support, let alone if you may not have that support. So I really do believe very passionately in the value of this. Finally, the house, it's in a beautiful, honestly, I think it's in a way separated from basically from a large group amount of homes. It's kind of isolated. I've driven by this property. I mean, who knows how many thousands of time over the 26 or 7 years I've been here. I think it's a beautiful home with a beautiful view, and what better place to offer healing and restoration than a place like that. And I also want to thank everyone who spoke, who are opposed. I understand the concerns people might have of the unknown, and I realize that this may not make you happy, but that's where I stand currently, at least to get the conversation rolling.
Thank you. And Kevin, you did point out something that I do need to state to the Board of Adjustment. At the end of this evening, whether the motion is to grant the appeal or deny the appeal, the Board of Adjustment will need to make the findings given on the back of the motion sheet. Amy is going to try and distill down some of our comments and so that we can see those. But at the end of the night, we will need to make in one way or another the 6 findings that are provided on the back of that sheet. So as your comments go through that, if you could keep those in mind, please. And then Tor.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin, for starting that off nicely. And I too would like to say I appreciate everybody coming forward, and I understand why some folks would be against this. I guess change is hard, but that a lot of the concerns I heard, it kind of puzzled me a little bit, in that, like, if, why would being able to see people be a problem? And I don't see, but I believe that this facility is needed, and I think that's appropriate. I drive by it every day, at least twice a day. And I kind of stopped and looked around a little bit. It's on HBR. I don't know if it's the busiest street in Sitka, but I think it is. And it's not, it's not a close, small neighborhood. And I guess I don't see how being able to see this from above hurts somebody. And I've been to a lot of planning commission meetings in the last couple of years. And there's been a lot of short-term rentals and lodges come forward for conditional use permits. And they frankly would be much, much more disruptive, a large short-term rental or lodge. And I don't think we'd have this level of opposition. And so, I looked at the application, and I've listened, and I think, as Kevin said, as nicely the way you went through the points there, I think it meets all those. And I think we should allow this to go through. And it's something where I think we need to look at not just the neighborhood, but the entire city. And I think it's good for the city. I've got a lot of notes here. I'm not gonna go through them all, but I think this fits. And I also think that, honestly, if it gets going and it's going, people won't know it's there. I mean, you'll obviously know intellectually, but as far as activity is concerned, I just don't think you're going to hardly notice. And so I am in support of it. And I'm not going to repeat what Kevin said, but I think I agree with him. It fits in all the requirements we talked about. So thank you.
So we were presented with a couple of options tonight, and there were basically three categories. So one, I think based off the legal opinion, the motion to deny the appeal is just not in our purview. I didn't consider it based off of what we were able to read as part of the information presented. It then comes down to either grant the permit or appeal tonight, or remand for further proceedings. And so I wanted to look into those options. And again, just like Kevin said, I appreciate all of the testimony that came forth. And I'm trying to decide what's the best way to proceed at this point in time, given certain factors. So the first one is if we remand it back to the Planning Commission so that they could revisit the decision, we're basically saying a legal opinion in essence is telling you to eat crow and revisit this, which I imagine would be really hard to do. I think if we were told that a decision we made at this body was called into question, it would be hard for us to revisit that with fresh eyes. We would have basically the past of everything that had gone into it. And so I don't know if I'm ready to ask the Planning Commission to do that. My second question had to do with timeliness, and I appreciate the response. And that's a fair consideration. I think I didn't want to present new evidence, but they did submit something in March that outlined a timeline that said they wanted to basically be closing and purchasing after they got their conditional use permit, which has been held up as they're having to appeal and getting delayed because of us. So I think that's a fair consideration that this seller is available, but they do want to basically leave the community. And in order to do so, they're probably wanting to offload something like this $1 million home. So that was another consideration. I appreciate the answer and the response to the timeliness. The third part is that we are built into the process for a reason, whether we like it or not. We've had to make hard decisions, and we've had to look at basically decisions that were made at the planning level. Those have come to us previously. So how are we held accountable for these difficult decisions? Well, we're either reelected or we're not, but it's basically in our purview to follow through and make those decisions. So I consider that as part of, yes, we are a part of the process. Yes, we can send it back there, concerned about the timeliness. And I guess the last thing is, as I went through every document that was submitted as part of whether it came from Amy and the planning staff, or it came from YAS, or it was meeting minutes, all of that helped paint a picture for us. And I think as I was looking for it, I thought, I bet they didn't mitigate, and I just wasn't finding that. I was finding in their initial application mitigation measures that would address all of those reasons that we should be able to deny a conditional use permit. And they answered every single one of them. Did they end up having to give greater detail? Yes, because there was that public pressure to say, well, we want to know more. Tonight, they brought forward policies to say, we do have policies around noise. We do have policies around this. I feel like they have been tested and required to rise above what, as Tor mentioned, somebody who wanted to operate a business would have to do, because there is this public input saying we need more, more, more. I think they've been very fair in their initial application in addressing the reasons that the Planning Commission would deny it. And I think they provided those mitigation measures that said, we understand that, here's how we're going to address it. So I won't get into the discrimination, though I could. I have notes everywhere. I have a lot to say about that. The way that it is presented, it does feel like those concerns came out really loud and clear from the community. So I'm not going to say it was never about that. It was actually about how they're going to get to town. With that said, we don't discriminate. We know that inherently sometimes we want to. We want to control who our neighbors are, and we can't do that unless we buy up the entire neighborhood, which is not something that's going to happen. So with all of that said, I think it's most appropriate for us to grant the appeal tonight. I'm open to further conversation, but I think I outlined kind of the areas and what sort of drove me in that direction. I think a denial is not even a possibility based off of how we came to that decision at the lower level. But I do want us to go ahead and fix this in a way that we could all move forward, because we have to make progress on this issue. So I appreciate YAS and your just consideration that this has taken time. We wanted to do it the right way. We had certain things that had to fall into place. And I want to thank Brian for getting that outside perspective, that legal opinion. I didn't need that on May. I was ready to have this discussion, but that gave me what I needed because I knew how I felt. And now we have a legal opinion supporting that. So I really appreciated that additional document. And I know that that took time. So I appreciate this conversation. I know it's a hard one. I know that this is a hard decision and there's a lot of contention around it. And so that's where I'm at this point in time. Thank you for hearing me.
JJ?
Thank you. My understanding of what we are here to do tonight as the Board of Adjustment is just to, look at that evidence, and based on what was known at the time of that April 5th meeting of the Planning Commission, did they have enough information to look at the zoning code and the second general code? And that is what I conducted all of my research and my findings based on. Is at that time, could they make a reasonable determination? And through the findings and the listings, and I've got pages of notes to cross-reference all of these things, and in those findings is not detrimental to public health, safety, or general welfare. There's no aspect to their plans and the conditional use criteria that was not addressed in an abundant way. There's these conditions to the use that are what we're seeking clarity on, and there's, other than the 8 on one side, 4 on the other, which totals 12 and is what the target is per unit, I don't see a burden of proof not being met for their plans and goals and objectives. That comprehensive plan piece is also a great indicator of their attempts to align with our vision of the city and helping the community. It's the adequate public facilities and service. They've met that. They've met the reducing of hazardous conditions by mitigating what they need for public health, which is potential noise. I mean, this isn't a paint factory. This isn't some sort of there's no downside here to housing people. I mean, yes, quasi institutional, but in a residential treatment environment, it does fit within a residential zone, from my understanding of our definitions in the Sitka General Code. They adequately prevent, manage, and mitigate impacts are there through every layer of their plan. It is my understanding what the Board of Adjustment is to do is to either grant the appeal, deny the appeal, not considering the federal rules here on housing, and not even considering the need for reasonable accommodations. We're just looking at what the zoning code and Sitka General Code allows for. Well within this conditional use permit is well within the code structure. So I want to grant the appeal. Thank you.
Brian, I have a question for you, and I'm going to refer back to Sitka General Code 22.08.710, which is the definition of a quasi-institutional home in our code. It does indicate for no more than 6 persons in an R1 zone and 20 persons in an R2 zone. Do you believe that that 6 persons is residents only, or does that include residents and faculty?
I can't speak to that. I think you should ask the planning director that question. She deals with that code constantly.
Amy, as the planning director, do you have an opinion as to what general code speaks to?
Sure. The rest of the code section states that, it talks about the limits, either, 6 persons for R1, 20 persons for R2 or larger, seeking rehabilitation, counseling, self-help and family environment. And so the rest of the code section speaks to the residents of the facility or the clients of the facility. Again, the numbers then are directly followed up by, those seeking rehabilitation, counseling and self-help. And so it's not been my interpretation that staff counts towards that number.
Thank you for that opinion. I did read up to 14 staff, and I know they all won't be on site at any given time, but I wanted to make sure that that was within the parameters of code to have residents and staff in there. I think one of the most telling things in this process when it first reached the assembly was, well, they were denied in a residential zone. Well, that's easy. Let's find them a commercial property. That seemed to be the one that would stick out to me as the reasonable solution. However, quasi-institutional group homes are not permitted in a commercial zone, not even with a conditional use permit. They're not permitted in central business district. And they are a conditional use permit in the public lands district, General Island, and then R1 and R2. So to me, when people were looking at making code, they had intended these homes to go into the R1 and R2 zones. To say that they're incompatible with goes against the framers of our code when they wrote this, because they specifically excluded commercial from even having a permitted or a conditional use permit for those zones. So that was a very telling point to me, because I thought this was a very cut and dry, which led down to a lot more research on my side. I did hear the dissent in the crowd. It was a telling fact to me that everyone who lives in the area, I didn't hear anyone who spoke for the house that lived in the area. And I heard that very loud and clear. The people that spoke for it generally lived some distance away. One thing that I did get out of this is that YAS is a licensed facility bound by licensure requirements. That is much more than you can say about any other neighbor who might move in. You don't always get to choose your neighbors, and in fact, they could probably be a whole lot worse than a quasi-institutional home moving in, and you would have very little to no recourse on that. The one part that I do, well, I'll go back to one more note that I have, that I believe when this was framed in our code, that the conditional use permit is a tool to help manage and check in on this quasi-institutional home, that we as either board of adjustment or as a planning commission set some parameters and make sure that they're meeting these parameters. If not, then we have further hearings and deliberations on it. So by giving this a conditional use permit as opposed to permitting it, we actually have additional tools to help manage and then check in on this facility. The one point that is a very sticky point to me is that YAS did ask for a variance in code in addition to their conditional use permit. And that's a variance to go from 6 persons in one of the units to 8 persons in this unit. It sounds as if And that's one of the units. This is a 2-unit property. It sounds as if this appeal will go through this evening from the comments I've heard. However, I am a large supporter of not granting the variance until this pilot program is proven. At that point, I would ask that YIS came back and got a variance for an additional 2 clients once it has been proven that the program is successful. So I would ask tonight that if the appeal is granted, that the variance for an additional 2 clients to go from 6 to 8 is not granted until a later date. Tim?
I too want to thank all of you for coming tonight and making this very challenging. So when I decided to do this, I knew that this sort of a decision would arrive, and that, there are no great decisions, there's no winning, so to speak, in this environment. And that both sides actually in this case have quite a few points that are quite good. So I hope that YAS has heard that they have some work to do with their neighborhood if they're going to get this, which it sounds like is going to take place. So, and I want to thank everybody for coming in and talking about it. I took a ton of notes, did a bunch of research. I think everybody else has already covered pretty much all of the legal side and code side of things. And I agree with the variance that Stephen brings up as well. So.
A motion?
Oh, no, sorry.
Just please.
So, yeah, my position hasn't changed. I had seen that, I just didn't bring it up about the variance and the amount. But for me, given the fact that staff recommended it without any changes, I'm okay with it as is. But if I'm not really I don't really have a strong opinion either way on that, but if Stephen or Tim want to change or approve it with that, how would that work within the motion?
Kevin, if you look on motions to grant the permit appeal, approve with modifications would be the third option. And so the modification to the court request of a variance from 6 to 8 clients on the larger unit.
I mean, I guess I don't really see the difference, but I mean, because they only have 4 on the other side, so the total is the same. I mean, they're saying 4 on one side and 8 on the other, so the
they're asking for 8 clients in one unit in the larger unit and 4 additional clients in the smaller unit for a total of 12.
I mean, because it matters who makes the motion if we,
yeah, I don't
where we
care too
start.
much, but
Crystal?
But when would you want them to come back to revisit this? I heard something about if the program is successful. So what does that timeline look like? And what do we determine now what to us looks like success?
To me, as the program indicated, they would be ramping up. I would say that once they have a full client load of 6 and 4 in both of the units and have capacity and demand issues along with the appropriate staffing, that would indicate success to me.
yeah, I don't have real strong feelings about that. I just, what would stop them from putting 6 in the small unit then? And 6 in there being 12.
That's what they had filed for, was 4 in the smaller and 6 or 8 in the larger.
I think you're thinking they're going to problem solve and say, well, we want to house 12. We can do 6 over here. We only requested 4 because we didn't want a crowding issue. But if we want 12 and we have to split it across units rather than have 8 over here, we're going to move 6 and 6 and we're not going to exceed 12, right? So that would be kind of their internal processing. So they would still get to 12. They would just be crowding in the smaller unit more people than they, I guess, misutilizing the way that the layout is, right?
On the other hand, if they are running well, I don't think they'll have a problem getting the variance, you know, once they've been running for a while and they're full, but I mean, I don't have strong feelings about it.
So, like, same, I don't have strong feelings, but if you, Stephen and Tim, you both mentioned that, you know, maybe if you feel passionately about it, you would probably better if you started the motion, but it's up to you guys.
I don't think passionate would describe mine.
Yeah, if anything, I would prefer to completely put this to bed now. But I do feel that working within code as much as possible is appropriate in this situation. The reason that they wouldn't put 6 clients in the other unit is that the findings are going to be, if you approved as recommended in the staff report, that's only 4 clients on that side. It does lay out right now the amount of clients on the smaller side. And if the Board of Adjustment went forward with that, it has the potential to continue with 4. If you did 6, you would then be in violation of your conditional use permit.
So the motion would be something like we go through that with the exception of 6 instead of 8. By the way, so the motion is, it's on this sheet. And then say, with the exception of 6 instead of 8, is that what you're saying? I just want to make sure we get the wording right.
With the modifications to deny the variance to allow 8 people in unit A and continue with 4 clients in unit B.
I don't have strong feelings.
So Amy, if I'm correct, in your recommendation to approve, you didn't have a problem with this difference in the variation. Do you have a comment on that?
Sure. In the staff report for the recommendation, you know, I noted that the code talks about the use, is in a living unit. And that with the total being the same between the 2 living units of 12, that it was, likely not a huge impact to have 8 in one unit and 4 in the other. Again, if we are looking at a standard size of 12 overall between 2 units. However, I did note in the staff report as well that is a not necessarily a formal variance, but it is a deviation from sort of the standard code and therefore warrants consideration. So, I don't think that it's, I don't think that it's inappropriate or anything for this conversation to be happening. I think it's totally appropriate. But just personally, the distribution of clients between the 2 units to me didn't seem to make as large an impact so as to warrant not at least considering it.
Thank you.
So just to be clear, it's not a variance, it's a condition. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's the code allows, as a part of the conditional use permit process to waive or modify certain requirements. And so the way that we handle this is just sort of acknowledging it in the conditions of approval.
Well, Stephen, I'm willing to try a motion taking that into account.
I can help with that if
Right.
that's the, because I'm also helping, I've been taking notes about the conversation and trying to kind of translate that into the findings, which I definitely want to walk through as a group when the body feels it's ready. But I can also help craft some language if there is a desire to kind of go the direction of modifying the request.
All right, so I'm gonna take a crack at it here. You tell me if I get it right. I move to approve.
Oh, wait, hang on.
Wait.
Sorry to interrupt. Brian, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that we had wanted to have a motion on the findings before we make a motion.
Other way around. We do the vote, and then we do the findings.
Yeah, let's do the motion on the grant or the denial and then do the findings that support the
Okay,
grant.
apologies for my interruption.
All right, I move to grant the appeal for the permit. To approve the conditional use permit for a quasi-institutional home at 3411 HPR in the R1 mobile home, single-family duplex and manufactured home district, subject to the tax conditions of approval listed in the April 2, 2023 staff report, with the exception of residents they'll be limited to 6 clients in Unit A instead of 8. The property staff report for CUP 2307. The property is also known as Lot 9 Subdivision Lot 1A US Survey 2752. The request is filed by Youth Advocates of Sitka. Owners of record are Howard and Rayleigh Arnson.
Second.
Is that okay, Amy? Okay.
Does the Board of Adjustment have any further deliberations on the motion that was made? Crystal?
Yeah, I have a question for Amy. So when they are ready to come back and say we are at full capacity and need 2 more, what does that look like? Who do they come to in planning and what are they requesting?
They would be coming to the planning department and applying to amend their conditional use permit.
Anything else from the Board of Adjustment? Sarah, on the motion?
All right, on the motion to grant the appeal as stated, Ms. Carlson,
Yes.
Ms. Duncan,
Yes.
Mr. Mosier,
Yes.
Mayor Eisenbais,
Yes.
Mr. Pike,
Yes.
and Mr. Christensen.
Yes.
The motion to grant the appeal passes 6-0.
At this point, we do need to continue on and make findings pursuant to Sitka General Code 22.30.160, Charlie. Amy, you said you were going to have some guidance on that as planning director.
Yes, so let me share my screen.
Do we not just read off what was in the staff report on 4/2/23?
No, and reason being in this case, because the assembly has made findings of their own. And, through your deliberation, you have some additional considerations that kind of that were a part of your decision. And so I would advise that you don't, kind of just copy over the findings, that you adopt your own findings based on your deliberation.
For the Board of Adjustment, and Amy, can you scroll down just a little bit so we can try and see as many at the same time?
Sure,
But
let
having
me-
number 1 on there as well.
Yeah.
Thank you. So if the Board of Adjustment could take a look at the findings that Amy tried to distill down, if there is anything that the board does not agree with that she put in there, please let us know and we can talk about that.
Is it possible to make it a
Sure, yeah.
little bit? Yeah, yeah.
We could just
Yeah.
slowly scroll down, starting at 1.
Amy, for the public, could you give an overview?
Sure. So these are the 6 required findings for conditional use permits as found in Sitka General Code. And what I kind of attempted to do was during the deliberation, when board members were saying, I am in support of it because of, attempted to match those to the different required criteria. And so I'll just kind of walk through those one at a time. And I think we can just kind of edit as we go, and that way we can look a little bit closer together. So The first is about whether or not the conditional use permit would be detrimental to public health, safety, and welfare, negatively affect the surrounding area, or be injurious to uses or properties in the area. The board discussed that they do not believe it would, because the property is located in a high traffic area where increased traffic and activity is unlikely to create noticeable or negative impacts on the surrounding vicinity. And further, that the operational plan as submitted addressed or mitigated potential negative impacts.
Does the board have any concerns with that wording? Thank you, Amy. Number 2.
Okay, 2, that the granting of the conditional use permit is consistent and compatible with the intent, goals, and objectives and policies of the comprehensive plan, specifically comprehensive plan policy direction that encourages housing options for at-risk populations and youth engagement. Those were the two areas that I picked up on in deliberation.
Concerns with item 2? No. Thank you, Amy. Number 3.
Number 3, that all conditions necessary to lessen any impacts of the proposed use are conditions that can be monitored and enforced, and that those conditions can be monitored and enforced through the required state licensure that's necessary for this use in conjunction with the permit, and the opportunity for redress to the planning commission as required in the conditions of approval.
Concerns with item 3? Thank you, Amy.
Okay. Number 4, the proposed use will not introduce hazardous conditions at the site that cannot be mitigated to protect adjacent properties, the vicinity, and the public health, safety, and welfare of the community from such hazard, because the proposed use introduces residential use into a residential zone, which the board does not find to be hazardous.
Concerns? Thank you, Amy.
Number 5, the conditional use will be supported by and will not adversely affect adequate public facilities and services, or that the conditions can be imposed to lessen any adverse impacts on such facilities and services, because the property is located on a state maintained right of way and served by municipally owned and maintained utilities that are of adequate design to accommodate the use.
Concerns? That's good. Thank you, Amy.
Last, burden of proof. The applicant has the burden of proving that the proposed conditional use meets the criteria in subsection B of this section. The applicant has met the burden of proof because they provided operational plans that adequately addressed and or mitigated concerns regarding potential impacts to the surrounding vicinity.
And finally, any concerns with this wording? Thank you. Go ahead, Tor.
Oh.
Thank you, Amy, for adequately capturing the board's thoughts throughout this process, so that that we may be able to make some findings. I appreciate that.
So make the motion. Can we just say make the motion as discussed, or read the whole thing?
I'd defer to Sarah on that as a parliamentary procedure.
Brian.
We should make a motion to approve the findings as presented.
Okay, I move to make the following findings in accordance with the Sitka General Code 22.30.160.c, according to what was presented at this meeting.
Thank you. Is there any further comment from the Board of Adjustment on the motion? Sarah?
All right, on a motion to make the following findings as presented, Mr. Pike,
Yes.
Mr. Mosier,
Yes.
Mayor Eisenbais,
Yes.
Ms. Duncan,
Yes.
Ms. Carlson,
Yes.
and Mr. Christensen.
Yes.
Okay, the motion to approve the findings passes 6-0.
Great. Thank you to the Board of Adjustment. That concludes our hearing this evening. I'd entertain a motion to reconvene as assembly in regular session.
I move to convene the assembly in regular session.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. We are reconvened as the assembly in regular session. At this point, we will take a brief recess. Assembly, please be seated when you're ready to continue.
Thank you, Assembly members.
Testing.
Well, we all are seated this evening. Since we are on the second item, we should probably get back into it. As soon as I find my notes here.
Yeah, I'll call it. Are we ready?
All right, so that would bring us to item E this evening, please.
I move to approve ordinance 2023-09S on first reading and amending Title VI Business Licenses and Regulations of the Sitka General Code by updating Chapter 6.16 Sales on Public Property.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve ordinance 23-09S. Is there any public, before we do that, would the co-sponsors like to introduce this?
I'm going to let Kevin take over, but I do want to thank Kevin for taking the lead on this because I've been in Sitka for like 2.5 days in the last 2 weeks. So I had no time to touch this. So take it away, Kevin. Thank you for taking the lead.
Yeah, thank you, Tor. And thank you for starting this whole process. Real quick, we can get into the discussion after public comment, but between last meeting and this, I met with Brian Hansen and Tony, Sarah. Who else was in that meeting, Sarah?
Stan.
Stan, that's right. So we basically discussed it and kind of hashed through any concerns that the staff had and decided on some tweaks to language that everyone was comfortable with, that still kept within the intent of this. And here we are.
Great. Thank you for the brevity there. I do appreciate that. Is there any public comment on ordinance 23-09S?
Good evening. My name is Richard Ween. This has to do with the sales of items and permitting, especially noted for actually juveniles. The definition of a juvenile is somebody who is not of majority. I always felt in the past iteration of this that it would be nice to just say, since our majority here is 18, to say up to 18. I always wondered about taxing this, and will they have to keep records and that kind of thing, or is this just I'll just say into their pockets, which is actually a good thing. And it says that incidental sales by juveniles of items made by, does that include food? Can they sell food? And if they do sell food, are they under the same rules of food production that other individuals are who have, carts and so forth, which is within the document that was sent. So I like specificity, meaning up to 18, and but we'll call juvenile if it's understood that juvenile is just under the age of the majority. And what about taxes? And I hope they're able to make cookies and lemonade without being too overwrought with regulation. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment on the ordinance? Assembly deliberation?
Just real quick, just thank you guys for adding a little bit there, clarifying it a little bit. But again, the main point is just to allow something besides music. And I think that that's cool, that allowing kids to come out and like I said, if they want to recreate the Lincoln Douglas debates and they get people to watch, more power to them.
Kevin?
Thank you, Tor. Yeah, and going over this, the intent here is not to rehaul the entire code. It's just really simply when it was brought to our attention that the technicality of the code didn't allow young people under the age of 18 to do things other than sell a product or singing. So this allows like telling stories or what have you. It's meant to be a very simple change to it. Also, just want to point out too that the Harrigan Centennial Hall manager does have discretion on like it's going to be a first come first serve, as it always has been, and the manager can designate where and how many, because the manager is responsible for the safety and the flow of this whole place, and it's really busy in the summer. So I just wanted to make that point. But other than this, I feel like this is kind of a basic, just technical change.
Jim?
Yeah, thank you for the changes. I think it makes it clearer and less vague and works better. I do have a question about what happened to the harbor master in this scenario. I don't remember us talking about this in the past. And why they, since it was under the O'Connell Bridge, I think that's where that originally came from. So is this a change for a reason, or did we just do that because this was the opportunity to do that?
And it's clarification, you're referring to line 77 where the harbor master was stricken.
Yeah, so we kind of talked about this, and did you want to respond to that? I'd be better if you did.
It's the code sections for sales on public property, and it encompasses all the public property. And when we had Stan in the room, he really wasn't involved in these kind of things. So it seemed more appropriate if we were going to regulate, let's say, juveniles doing their entertaining on, not only in front of Harrigan, but somewhere else on public property, that we might want to designate, have the administrator designate somebody, not necessarily have the harbor master do it. So we expanded the ability of the administrator to designate a person who would issue permits. That makes sense?
It does, and I'm not saying there's a problem with that particular thing, but it doesn't necessarily stand to reason that the harbor master should be out of this particular thing. The harbor master is responsible for quite a large portion of Sitka's public area. And while the current harbor master may not be interested in doing that, it doesn't necessarily stand to reason that we should pull that person out of this process. I guess that's all. And I don't want to do another reading on this thing. I'm just commenting about I've seen the harbor master pulled out of a few different things now since I've been here, and I'm kind of curious about that as to whether or not that's the best idea for us as a community, since that person's responsible for a lot of things. And I know they report to John, and John could designate, or his successor could designate the harbor master as the designee, but I question whether or not we want to pull the harbor master out of everything, even if this current harbor master doesn't see a role.
It's a strong point, Tim, and I actually thank you for that. John, would it be your intent to designate the director of the area in which that person is looking for?
That's correct. I think this added language actually provides some more flexibility on who is going to provide that permit approval. And I'll give an example to express why why this change was made. Over the past, would you say maybe year and a half, 2 years ago, we had a person that wanted to hold a concert at the skate park. The skate park does not fit cleanly into the Harrigan Centennial Hall manager's purview, nor does it fall into the harbor master's purview. And there was no language there about the designee of the municipal administrator. So I had the Harrigan Hall manager and the harbor master both doing this. And we didn't know who needed to approve that permit based on code. So this provides a little more flexibility. Who controls that asset, or who oversees that asset, and then I can designate that authority to them to provide that permit.
So why would we include the Harrigan Centennial Hall manager when you could just designate that person for this particular area? So I guess if we're going to go down that road, then that's where we should go, as opposed to, I'm not just arguing to argue here, because I think there's a bigger point, which is these people are responsible for certain areas. We shouldn't pull them out of that, again, even though maybe a person who's currently in the role is disinterested. And I think that's, maybe we just add that language in that there could be a designee or designee on top of the harbor master and the Centennial Hall manager. Again, I've seen the harbor master pulled out of a few things so far, and so that's why I'm questioning that.
And let me make it clear, Stan didn't pull out of it. He didn't say, please take me out of it. I don't want to do this. I'll take responsibility for thinking this through and thinking that the Harrigan Centennial Hall manager is the default starting place, because that's where we're going to have most of our people who want to sell things and happen here in this vicinity. And then if there is a question, then we turn to the administrator to designate someone else who's more appropriate. That was my thinking. It could be wrong, you know what I mean? That's was my thing.
If I could chime in, thank you. I agree with that. And it's not whether Stan wants to be interested or not, or be responsible for this, but for me, I agree with the way Brian's just said it. The Centennial Hall manager is the one that's gonna be primarily doing this. And if we added the harbor master back in, it'd be more of like, let's say it permitted during hours by the harbor master or the Harrigan Centennial Hall or the designee. It just seems to add confusion. So it seems like it simplifies it, just have the Harrigan Centennial Hall. And then if it doesn't apply to that, you can just call John or the administrator at the time and say, where, assign a designee for this person. Just seems to add clarification. I don't see it as excluding the harbor master.
I didn't say it was excluding the harbor master, but in your scenario that you came up with, clearly you were the one that had to decide if they could have a concert at the skate park, right? Like you're ultimately responsible for all these people work for you. So, I think, so that's why I question that particular thing, because the starting point for people interested in doing something in the harbor would be the harbor master. So if they're selling crab off their boat, does John need to be involved in that? I mean, so I guess that's my question. Again, just because someone who's currently in a role isn't interested in it doesn't necessarily mean that role should not then going forward be responsible for that opportunity and the things that happen in that space. Still, we could say that particular person, if they're disinterested, should refer it to the administrator, but I don't think it changes the long-term impact of removing the harbor master from these things. Remove the person from the position and decide whether the position should be part of it.
So what are the other things that harbor master has been excluded from recently? You mentioned that a couple of times.
I don't remember off the top of my head. It just to recall that the harbor master has been crossed off on a few of these things.
Because I don't know it off the top of my head any. So it'd be good to have that for that point.
I have the opinion that manager, harbor master, or administrative designee is not a substantive or material change to this, the intent of this ordinance. It's just.
Well, let's just do that then. Let's.
I really don't. I just don't think it's that, but, and I like Mr. Pike's analysis here.
Yeah.
Friendly amendment.
Okay, sounds good.
So we're
I don't
leaving
know
it
that-
as is.
No,
We're not
adding-
striking out harbor master.
Correct.
Great.
Sarah, you're comfortable with that being friendly, not a substantial change? Okay.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay. And I definitely understand Tim's point here, and I only say that not because I even thought we would put that back in, but I just want that for future consideration as we look at these ordinances, because if we don't voice our opinion from the table, then it never gets heard. So, and I also thank the co-sponsors for reworking this. This reads much smoother to me. I understand the wording as written, so it helps me be able to help inform our citizens as well.
Okay. And do give due credit, it was primarily Brian and the staff that helped work this out. Yeah, and Mr. Pike, thank you.
Anything further on this item? Sarah?
Right, on the motion to approve ordinance 2023-09S on first reading, Mayor Eisenbeiß,
Yes.
Mr. Christensen,
Yes.
Mr. Mosher,
Yes.
Ms. Duncan,
Yes.
Ms. Carlson,
Yes.
and Mr. Pike.
Yes.
The motion passes 6-0 on first reading.
Item F, please.
I move to approve ordinance 2023-10 on second and final reading, making supplemental appropriations for fiscal year 2023, the E911 funds Mud Bay repeater.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve ordinance 23-10. Is there any public comment?
Good evening, Richard Ween. I think this is a good thing. However, due to technical aspects, the question is how well will it work? And I think that once the repeaters go in, I think we need an update as to the quality and penetration of these communications. And actually, it should be tested at appropriate points throughout the area. The other thing is that I think it is long overdue where we have not had a report on what's going on Kathleen Bay Road, which is the reason why we need some of these repeaters back there, planning ahead for issues in order to help if there are accidents that we have a communication. I think that the citizens of Sitka need to know what's going on that road. What is the progress? What are the timelines? I understand it's cost it's over $50 million. And at least the buzz is things ain't so good. So we need a report on that. So because this has to do with the well-being of citizens of Sitka who are going to go out there. Thank you.
Is there any further public comment on 23-10? Assembly deliberation? Sarah?
On the motion to approve ordinance 2023-10 on second and final reading, Mayor Eisenbeiß,
Yes.
Ms. Carlson,
Yes.
Mr. Mosher,
Yes.
Mr. Pike,
Yes.
Mr. Christensen,
Yes.
and Ms. Duncan.
Yes.
The motion passes 6-0 on second and final reading, item F.
Item G, please.
I move to approve ordinance 2023-11 on second and final reading, authorizing the lease of Sitka Marine Service Center to Seafood Producers Cooperative, an 8,400 square foot portion of the Alaska Tideland Survey number 15.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve ordinance 23-11. Is there any public comment? Assembly deliberation? Sarah?
Right, on the motion to approve ordinance 2023-11 on second and final reading, Mr. Christensen,
Yes.
Mayor Eisenbeiß,
Yes.
Mr. Mosher,
Yes.
Ms. Carlson,
Yes.
Ms. Duncan,
Yes.
and Mr. Pike.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0 on item G, not second and final reading.
Item H, please.
I move to approve ordinance 2023-12 on second and final reading, authorizing the lease of Sitka Marine Service Center to North Pacific Seafoods Incorporated, a 8,400 square foot portion of Alaska Tideland Survey number 15.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve ordinance 23-12. Is there any public comment? Assembly deliberation? Sarah?
All right, on the motion to approve this ordinance on second and final reading, Ms. Carlson,
Yes.
Ms. Duncan,
Yes.
Mr. Christensen,
Yes.
Mr. Mosher,
Yes.
Mayor Eisenbeiß,
Yes.
and Mr. Pike.
Yes.
The motion passes 6-0. Second and final reading, item H.
Thank you. That brings us to new business this evening, item I.
I move to approve resolution 2023-23 on first and final reading, affirming the month of June as Pride Month in honor of the LGBTQIA+ community.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded. Would either of the sponsors like to introduce the item?
Yeah, I could go ahead and do a quick introduction. So I wanted to thank members of the Pride community who provided assistance with this resolution. Michael and Johnny, they basically held my hands through this. It wouldn't have come to fruition without them. So I want to say a huge ganachish. And this resolution, I kind of envision it doing three things tonight. So it's going to, for the first time, affirm June as Pride Month. It's also going to educate the public on historical injustices that had to be overcome by this community, including why of all 12 months, June was designated as Pride Month. And it serves to show support to a marginalized community group. So I also wanted to thank Tora for being a co-sponsor of this.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this resolution?
Briefly, I stand in support of this.
Your
I
name
have
for the
family
record,
members.
please.
My name is Eric Jordan.
Thank you.
I rise to speak in favor of this. I have family members and employees and heard the stories. And I think this is a great move. I strongly support this. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Richard Ween. I too have family members and friends and everything else who are part of the community. I have over a 44-year career in medicine, treated innumerable people, and actually represented a safe space for people, especially during when AIDS was coming out, because people didn't see those who had the infection. And so especially no one wanted to care surgically for individuals who had a disease which might be transmitted through the blood. That being said, on line 43 and 44, where it says no individual or community in the United States should have to fear being target of violence or systemic oppression because of who they love and how they identify. I agree. I agree. I agree. However, I cannot support this resolution if it implies that biological males can compete in women's competitive sports at any level. I can hardly imagine if Lydia Jacoby, our very own Alaska Olympic gold medalist, had to compete against a Leah, nay William Thomas in the Olympics. There is a good chance that her gold would be turned to silver, and not through alchemy or lack of talent, but by politics. I also cannot support this resolution if it implies the sanctioning of puberty blockers and irreversible surgery of those who are not of the age of majority. And I bet, and I will bet, that probably most of the people sitting on the assembly could not give a technical or biological definition of the complex process that is called puberty. So please, when you deliberate, let the citizens know where you stand on those two issues. And in closing, I have to say I stand with parents over government or any other individuals who seek to usurp their authority. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment on the resolution? Back to the assembly for deliberation. Tor?
Yeah. Well, Crystal called me, I think I was at symposium. Anyway, if I would co-sponsor this, and I'm very happy to do so. And it's become increasingly clear to me over the last number of years that the way that people from this community have been treated is entirely because of how they were born. I mean, and to me, that makes it the same as any other, as racism, because you're attacking people, you're demeaning them, you're making their lives harder because of how they're born. And they have no control over that, just like, and nobody has any control over that. And so I think it's important for us to state very clearly that that's wrong. And there's a number of side issues that have been brought up by folks who honestly are trying to figure out a way to attack people from this community without making themselves look bad. And so that's, and a lot of what you're hearing, and if anybody says this isn't relevant right now, just look at the news. Look at the way people from this community are being attacked across the country, in our own state, and the misinformation. And, you know, honestly, it disgusts me what I'm seeing in the news about, and I would like to think that this would be an unnecessary thing to state our support, but it's not. And we're hearing all kinds of nice little dog whistles about ways people can attack them without actually saying they're attacking. And so this makes it very clear that we don't agree with that. And so, or at least I don't. And so that was why I was glad that Crystal called me, and I was happy to co-sponsor.
Crystal?
Yeah, so I brought through a number of resolutions that were kind of first, and they spoke to issues that were of concern to me. So missing and murdered Indigenous women, most recently Filipino American History Month, which is in October. And then each year, I know as a body, we reaffirm the recognition of Indigenous Peoples Day. This one is probably the most important to me. This will be, as I stated, the first time that we affirm June as Pride Month. And it seeks to be uplifting in nature. So as you read, as I mentioned, it's educational, but I think it also just extends an arm to the community and says, we see you, we feel you, we know that it's a struggle and we're not going to be a part of it. It's not taking on specific issues, but I guess I just wanted to point out something. So the day that I submitted it to Sarah to include in the packet, ABC News, they put out an article that said a state of emergency issued for LGBTQ community by Human Rights Campaign. The article states that that's the first time that they ever did a state of emergency, and they cited a couple of reasons. So the two that they outlined were legislations targeting this group specifically, and then also threats of violence being inflicted upon members of these communities. So this is not a great time to feel lack of protection, especially from government bodies, which was really concerning to me. So I mentioned that I wanted this to serve as a statement to members of the LGBTQIA+ community here in Sitka, that we are not here to oppress you. Those issues haven't come before us as a body, but we've seen it at the federal level. We know it's happening at the state level. There are issues within schools. We know that this is a discussion that isn't at the final end. There isn't resolution. I think I want to go back to the fact that I'm an ally supporting people within this community. And I think I put a little bit too much on them, in that really it is our job as allies to carry them and wage that struggle that they're in, because it's hard enough for them to just go through it. And so I mentioned that because our job as a body that represents the city of Sitka is to build relationships with this community. And so I'm going to use an example. We say that we have unlocked doors, they're welcome to come in. And yet, if you've been harmed by government structures in policy or through actions, through even statements that are made, it's difficult for you to feel welcomed within that government that's supposed to serve all of us equally. This year in that article, going back to that, so this year almost 600 bills were introduced or passed that would restrict or limit rights of this community. And again, I mentioned at the federal, state, school board, local level, it's happening across the board. I'm so glad that Dr. Ween mentioned healthcare, because I was going to bring it up as well. So I have a coworker and I was having a discussion with her, and I'm closing it out, but I was just talking about how I wanted to show support to this community. And she said, well, we're in healthcare. I don't really know how we really impact that. And I thought of the things that have come up since I've been working for ANTHC. In the chart, we now have a section for pronouns. So what is the appropriate pronouns? That's brand new. That happened within the last year. We also follow expert recommendations when it comes to gender affirming care. I'm not the expert, but there are people who are. And I'm glad that we as a healthcare organization are listening and making decisions based off of that expertise. And then also when it comes to medical decisions, we can remember a time where same-sex couples, you could not weigh in on medical decisions. Again, I mention this because these are big changes that have happened in the industry that I work in within the last decade, which shows prior to that, people who come from this community were in a way oppressed or victimized because they happen to, as stated in the resolution, care or love or express themselves in a way that feels uncomfortable to a lot of people. So that's why I brought it forward. I mentioned it was for those 3 reasons, and I wanted to uphold this community, but for that ABC News article to be released on the same day that I turned it in, that let me know that it absolutely needs to happen now. As Tor stated, this is a feel-good one, but we are one of the minimal. If you look across the board, there's a lot of negativity being targeted at this group, and I don't want to be a part of it. In fact, I want to, in a way, open the doors and say, you are a part of us. We see you, we hear you, we understand, and we're going to try to be allies. So thank you for considering this resolution.
Kevin?
Sure. Okay. So thank you for Crystal and Tor for bringing this up. I think this is appropriate, and I think this is a very just positive kind of thing, and I don't see anything controversial in it. Like somebody said, this avoids anything that is, highly confidential or confrontational or whatever you want to call it. I think this is a very positive thing and very good, and I can support it.
Wow, I support this wholeheartely. I think, having been in education, we've had a similar journey as it sounds like Crystal was describing for her organization. And I think in my career in education, I can say that there's been a distinct change for the better, and I support this particular resolution.
JJ?
Thank you, Crystal and Tor, for bringing this forward. The word uplifting you use, Crystal, is exactly what I felt when reading this. And I appreciate your diligence and timing to bring it forward at the beginning of this month. Coming from the design community, it's so valuable to see people find themselves and express themselves wholeheartedly, as Mr. Pike said he felt in reading this. And thank you for bringing this to our little town on an island in Southeast Alaska.
Anything further from the assembly? Sarah, on the resolution?
On the motion to approve resolution 2023-23 on first and final reading, Mr. Pike,
Yes.
Mr. Mosier,
Yes.
Mayor Eisenbais,
Yes.
Ms. Duncan,
Yes.
Ms. Carlson,
Yes.
Mr. Christensen.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes 6-0 on item I.
That brings us to item J this evening. This is consideration and award of the request for proposals submitted for the available funds in the Fisheries Enhancement Fund. Tonight, there will be an opportunity for each applicant to speak to their applications with a 5-minute limit. The assembly will then discuss on the potential award amounts. And then a motion would be in order at that point. So starting off tonight, I'm going to pull a name out of the hat, and it looks like Sitka Sound Science Center. If you could go first, if you would like to go over your application for these fisheries enhancement funds. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Lisa Bush, and I'm the Executive Director of the Sitka Sound Science Center. Our mission is science research and science education for coastal Alaska. And I'm here tonight first to thank you for providing fishery enhancement dollars to our organization in the past, and to ask for your support for these funds this year. As you may know, because many of you are lifelong Sitkans or have lived here a long time. Sitka Sound Science Center inherited the salmon hatchery that Sheldon Jackson students built in 1972. It was the first hatchery permitted by the state of Alaska, and it is the only teaching hatchery in the state. Today, we utilize the hatchery to teach thousands of people annually about salmon, the importance of it in our culture and community, and to train a workforce. Now more than ever, aquaculture plays an important role in our local and regional economy. With the king salmon fishery closed off to trollers for right now, we look to hatcheries as a way to help enhance fishing catches, which in turn provides Sitka with over $1 million annually from the raw fish tax. Make no mistake, we are not taking credit for all that. Much of salmon aquaculture in our waters is provided by the Northern Southeast Regional Aquaculture Association, who partners with us on a number of projects. Our hatchery is literally small fry. We are permitted for 250,000 coho, 15 million chum, and 3 million pink that return to Crescent Bay and Deep Inlet. Fishermen of all walks of life catch fish that originate with love and a whole lot of hard work from the Sheldon Jackson hatchery. NSRA also releases king salmon from our facility as well. The money generated from the fishery enhancement tax was meant to go towards fishery enhancement, which means hatcheries. All of Sitka can catch the salmon that begin at our facility. Children and elders fish from the beach next to the Science Center. People catch them from open subsistence skiffs, from commercial fishing vessels, and from charter boats. The funds we receive from this fund go directly to hatchery operations and production, and help us put fish in the water and create food for people. The Science Center introduces every K through 12 student to fisheries science and other marine related disciplines by providing hands-on experiences and supporting science curriculum at all Sitka schools. We have over 30 educational programs for kids, college students, visitors, and adults, including apprenticeships, internships, mentored research opportunities, after-school and in-school programs on a breadth of science subjects. Not just to help build a science or aquaculture workforce, but to expose our community members to future voters to the tools of science so that they can use critical thinking, problem solving, validating, and observation when they buy their food, make healthcare decisions, and participate in civic engagement activities. We also are part of research that involves aquaculture and mariculture. We conduct field work for a state long-term study that looks at the relationship between hatchery and wild salmon, and we are providing laboratory space for kelp and mariculture researchers. This year, we have completed our spawning and incubation facility, we affectionately call the Spiffy. And our board of directors would like to invite you and the whole community to our grand opening of this new structure on July 7th at 6 o'clock. We thank you for your careful consideration of our proposal, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. If we have any questions, we'll call you back up.
Okay.
And I'm assuming that'll be 6 a.m., right, for the opening? I'll be there. And Alpha, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Linda Benkin, Executive Director of Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. Thanks so much for working late tonight and for this opportunity to speak to you about our fishery enhancement program. Our mission is to promote sustainable fisheries and thriving fishing communities. We work to achieve that mission through research, policy, and education. The proposal we submitted to you for fishery enhancement centers on our young fishermen's work. We also tried to include updates on some of our other work, since it all is integrated to work together to support Sitka's fisheries and the future of our young fishermen. We hope you've had an opportunity to read through that. I'll try to hit some program highlights and let you know how we've used your investment to leverage funds from outside sources. First, our crew and apprentice and training program. Our crew apprentice program, we launched with Alpha member Eric Jordan, who's here as well to speak tonight. It's become a model for similar programs around the country. 90 young people have worked through our program, which provides a safe and guided pathway to a job on a commercial fishing boat. We also provide twice annual 2-day workshops, or fishermen expos, as we call them, on topics that fishermen identify for us on issues they would like to learn more or be better at, to support their success as fishermen. Months ago, we applied with Alaska Partners to a new federal program. We helped support the Young Fisherman Development Act and learned just last week that our project has been funded to further expand our young fisherman training program and to support the growth of similar programs in other parts of the state. We operate 2 other fishery programs to support access for young fishermen. One is a low-risk, low-cost loan program. We've deployed $1.5 million through program and related investment funds to support young fishermen entering these fisheries. We've also, in the past year, secured $1 million in grant funding to anchor additional fishery access in this community and support that access, make that available with a particular focus on rural and indigenous young fishermen. Together, these programs are enhancing opportunities for local fishermen, processors, and Sitka's working waterfront. Our seafood distribution and marketing network, we use that as an important education and outreach tool to connect people who care about the health of our fisheries to our fishermen who are working hard to maintain and enhance the health of those fisheries sustainably over time. We also expanded during COVID to do seafood distributions to family in need, providing over 640,000 seafood meals to people in Sitka around the state and some to tribes in the Pacific Northwest. We've leveraged that work to secure now over $300 million in USDA and other foundation funding to enhance Alaska's food security and also to create more pathways to USDA funding for seafood nationwide. Last but not least, our Fishery Conservation Network, which engages fishermen in addressing conservation and management issues and underlies all our other work. Our FCN allows experienced fishermen to mentor and assist young fishermen in gaining skills, knowledge, and new conservation tools. As we included in our proposal, we're in the final stages of negotiating a substantial award with the Department of Energy to expand our energy transition initiative, and we look forward to working with the city to make Sitka a leader in this space. Again, your investment in this work encouraged the Department of Energy to select Alpha and this community as a partner to move the country forward through this work. That's a quick overview. I hope you recognize that your investment in that work gives you bragging rights in our success and helps us leverage additional funds to enhance Sitka's working waterfront and our local fisheries. We thank you for your past support and we appreciate your support moving forward. Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And if we do have questions, we'll call you back up.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. So next, the Assembly is able to have a discussion about potential award amounts. This evening, I do want to start it out. Now, I don't have all the basis and facts on this. I just brought it up with Brian earlier. But the Fisheries Enhancement Fund is fairly loose on how it can be spent. And it has typically gone to the organizations and entities that have applied. But I think we all understand a looming crisis right now with king salmon and the Wild Fish Conservancy's desire to continue their path in getting king salmon listed as an endangered species. So I'd just like to submit it for consideration that the Assembly use this $50,000 towards a legal fund. I have not yet identified that fund. I'm not even 100% sure that we can go outside of the request for funding tonight. But I did talk with Brian earlier, and he said it's a little bit of a loose fund, and that the Assembly can dictate how that's spent. So it's simply a point for consideration, as I know that that's out there, and I know that this would help. So Other than that, I appreciate both of the requests that came in. I appreciate that both of the amounts total, the amount that we have available for disbursement. I'm glad that they had a Coca-Cola or a coffee before this and it came to an agreement there. The only concerning thing for me, $50,000 is a lot of money and I'm glad that we have that to give out now. But that means 5,000 fish boxes at a very minimum left this community. So to see a large amount there, there's also a potential downside to that compared to 3,060 boxes that left the town last year. So it's just it's a positive with the negative there. So. Tor?
It's an interesting idea, and I'm assuming we can do it, which is maybe a bit of a big assumption. If we, kind of thinking out here a little bit, but what if we distributed 25,000 tonight proportionally to what they asked for, and reserve the other 25 for possibly the supporting the lawsuit. But if we don't, by not actually allocating it, by saying we're just going to do half tonight, then we possibly, it could, if the ATA comes to us and says we need to do that, we could open it up again, and then it would be an application. And that's just a thought as a way to do that, to not giving it to somebody who didn't ask for it, but still having it out there. And I kind of like the idea when you were talking of disturbing it, because the actual dollar amount probably isn't that big a deal to the people who are asking for it tonight, as it is a show of local support, although I'm sure that the dollar amount makes a difference too. But I think given who was asking for it, if we reserved half of it for future legal issue, just you don't even necessarily have to say what it's for, but we all know, and we'll open it up again in a few months. It's just a way of possibly doing that. That's what I thought.
Crystal?
I know you can't speak to it, but I know that you actually brought that forward to us previously. So what did we pay? Was that out of the general fund that first time, January?
Yeah.
I guess I anticipated seeing a third application as part of this process, and we got a document that said these two were timely and received and they're complete. I'm just confused where this fits in. So I don't know why that application didn't come forward for consideration, but now we're making an allowance to extend so that we can possibly fund, which I just think is detrimental to the two. I thought that, so I'm just also thinking out loud about how we're making allowances. And I don't know how I feel about that, because it's not that they extended that saying, oh, there's only two of us, let's raise it up so that we equal 50,000. Now we're putting a third player into the conversation. I know why we are. This is an important issue. But I think even in January, at that time, we were talking about this is a possible funding source down the line. And I don't see a completed third application that was submitted. So I just don't know if you have more of a background behind whether or not they feel okay at the moment, but they were going to come to us when funds got low. If we need to basically buffer and set aside money, I don't know where it's at. And I don't have that answer, but I do feel like we did receive 2 complete applications. So I don't know. I don't know, just thinking out loud.
I can agree, because setting precedent can be great or dangerous. Tim?
Well, I mean, we put together a process. We played this process out. We have in front of us the results of that process. As far as I'm concerned, that's what we've chosen to do. So when we put it out there, we said, this is what we're doing. We didn't say we're going to put it out there and we're going to see if maybe we'd like to give it to somebody else. So, I think for me, these were timely, as Crystal pointed out, and complete. And we've already put together a process, and I'm loath to change that at this point in time. If they come back and ask us for money, maybe they're going to ask for 50,000. In which case we're gonna have to figure out what we're doing with that. So I think, to be quite honest with you, the legal fees should be painful as opposed to easy. because it's a community problem and we need to make sure everybody understands how much this is impacting all of us. And so I'm not in favor at this point in time in setting aside this because we didn't say we're going to do that from the start.
I believe that's how I feel as well. And that's why I was cautious. And so it's good to hear that there's also that perspective, but I guess I just saw money that was available that could be spent towards the legal fund. And it would be to the detriment of Sitka Sound Science Center because I know how they use that match. It would be to the detriment of Alpha. But if king salmon are listed as an endangered species, that's to the detriment of the entire state as well. So I appreciate the conversation, Tor.
I was just trying to find a pathway to accommodate what you were talking about, because I think it's a good point, but I don't, Tim brings up a good point that if and when they come to us for more money, it probably should be from everybody because it affects everybody. And I guess the one side note on that is if the commercial fishermen can't catch the king salmon, but the sport guys can, we at least get $5 a box. So,
$10, which we probably need
Yeah,
to adjust
whatever.
for inflation after quite some time.
Thank you, everyone. I think I agree with everything. I like the creative thinking about trying to get them some more money because it does affect all of us. But I think, yeah, I tend to agree with the comments Tim and Crystal were making, that we set out a process and we should just carry through with this process. And there's a need for a money request for funds, for legal funds later, and we'll deal with that when it gets there, when we get there. And I do agree it is a community problem, needs to be shared. But for now, I think we should just make the motion.
Sounds like there's a consensus.
yeah, I move to award $35,000 to the Sitka Sound Science Center and award $15,000 to the Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to award $35,000 to the Sitka Sound Science Center and $15,000 to the Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association from the Fisheries Enhancement Fund. Is there any public comment?
Good evening. My name is Richard Ween. I have had the opportunity to deal with fisheries enhancement. And I remember some years when I was on the assembly, there were many, many people who were applying for this, and there were arguments about what enhancement means. Believe it or not, giving to the ATA legal fund is actually potentially fisheries enhancement on its own merit. But I am so very happy that people are sticking to process. Process. I like the law and I like process and how things are done. So I'm glad you did it. And that being said, the way I look at these things is I look at the financials. And I really feel that Alpha certainly mentioned a key word to me is that they use these funds to leverage. And I think it's important. I've heard from the members here that leverage is a good thing. And so I don't think Alpha would complain if you made it a 50-50 split. And I think that you certainly can do that. I think that they have a unique program. And it's always a wow as to what Sitka Sound Science Center does. What Ms. Bush described is just an awesome array of programs that they have, and congratulations. And their financials really show it. And so they do well. So my notion is make it 50-50. I think both of them attack the problem in different ways. And I just think that Alpha was being modest. And so I'll just say, glad you're following process, and I won't hold you to it though. And bottom line is do the right thing.
The button on the very bottom of the microphone. There you go. Thank you.
My name's Eric Jordan. Mr. Mayor, Assembly members, staff, public. My son came to me with this idea for this program years ago when my wife retired. And I brought it to Linda Bankin, and she introduced me to my first crew member who's spoken to this assembly before, Catherine Kreutzmeyer. And Linda led us to blossom this crew apprentice program. And now we have usually over 100 applicants. And last year I took 21 people. 18 of them were either family or local people. One was from elsewhere in Alaska, and one was from France, and one from Seattle. And just tonight I went and picked up the latest crew member to come. She came from Santa Fe. She'll be fishing with me for almost a month. What I want to do is communicate a couple letters that people here in town who couldn't come tonight offered. First one's from Lily Garza. The Alpha Crew Training Program and Eric Jordan have given me an incredible opportunity to learn trolling skills on the fishing vessel Igata. Last year when I applied, I wasn't sure what to expect, but Eric has taught me everything from how to bait herring to how to clean a fish in under a minute. These skills allowed me to teach others the same skills and pass it on to other women in Sitka. The True Training Program is a unique opportunity for folks with no experience to enter the field in a safe manner. Eric always ensures we get home safe and that we all feel comfortable on the boat. I came to Sitka to fish, and a year and a half later, I'm still here, and I don't foresee leaving. I will always be grateful for the opportunity and everything I've learned on the fishing vessel Igata. Lily Garza. Here's from Ellie Schmidt. I started crewing with Eric Jordan on the Igata 8 years ago through the Alpha Apprentice Program. I was in Sitka for a summer artist residency, and I plan to be in Sitka for no longer than 8 weeks. After fishing for chum and coho with Eric for a few weeks, I signed up for the next season and the next. I worked for the next several seasons with Eric alongside my friends Sophie and Catherine. Not only did my co-deckhands and I make our living, but we also learned about navigation, diesel engineering, maintenance and provisioning, marine safety and maritime law, fishery politics, climate change, and much, much more. Later, I also worked for 2 years on a Gillender through Alpha's Apprentice Program with Jack Lang. Alpha's Apprentice Program, in my experience, allows young people and especially women to work in an industry that can be difficult to start in. Through the program, I was able to feel safe and supported in a workplace that can be dangerous in
Thank you,
many
sir.
ways, especially for
Thank you for your
young women.
comments this evening, sir. In fairness to I said, thank you for your comments this evening. In fairness to everybody, we do have to keep you to the 3-minute limit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to comment. I think we're really.
If you could state your name for the
Oh,
record,
I'm
please.
sorry. Yeah,
Thank you.
Kent Barker. I think we as a community are really, really fortunate to have these two entities to be distributing here tonight too. They, you know, they're phenomenal. The amount of work and forethought and, we're really, really fortunate. Also like to comment that through Alpha's diverse portfolio of projects, a lot of time has been spent in supporting ATA and the trollers and in the political process. And that's one of the focuses of Alpha, is that kind of support of our fleets here, all of our fleets, not just longliners, but our Alpha members are from other fisheries as well. But I guess main point is just that we're really fortunate to have the two groups here in this town doing what they do. So I don't know. I like 50-50. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment on the award amounts? 35,015. Anything else from the assembly? Sarah?
Right, on the motion to award 35,000 to Sitka Science Center and 15,000 to the Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. Ms. Carlson,
Yes.
Mayor Eisenbais,
Yes.
Ms. Duncan,
Yes.
Mr. Christensen,
Yes.
Mr. Pike,
Yes.
and Mr. Mosier.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Assembly, it is past the top of the hour. Happy to take a break if you need. We are coming up on a time where we need to extend as well, which we may have to do to get through the last couple. Please take a very brief recess and we'll come right back. Perfect, JJ. The assembly just sat down as well. So the assembly is seated. We will continue on with our agenda tonight on item K.
I move to authorize the municipal administrator to apply to the Alaska Department of Healthy and Equitable Communities Round 2 funding for the purchase and shipping of a 2022/2023 Ford electric transition 350 van.
Transit through, second.
John, you have Bree and Ron here to introduce this item.
Yes, Mayor, to quote Shakespeare, since brevity is the essence of wit, I will be brief. I'll give a quick introduction to this since we're running up on time. But essentially, we authorize the appropriation of 2 electric vans for custodial purposes through the short-term tourism plan. One of those vans has been purchased and the infrastructure has been put in place to charge the vans. That, like I said, that one has been ordered. There's a second van. We're still trying to meet the appropriation. This opportunity popped up under the same program that we applied for the net shed. We received $133,000. There's further opportunity So we're going to pursue another grant through this same program to fund that second van.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on resolution 23-076?
Good evening, this is Richard Ween. Actually, anytime you can get funding for vehicles like this, and it is an electric vehicle, so I think that fits in with people's ideas and plans. But actually, this is kind of interesting. It's for the application for the Alaska Department of Healthy and Equitable Communities around funding. Now, the interesting thing is that this is potentially for a 22-23 Ford E-Transit 350 van. Needless to say, as soon as you mention a car name, I Google it and go to Kelley Blue Book and so forth. And the memo listed it as 60,000 plus 10 for transport. However, in looking through various dealers and so forth, it ranges from 45 to 49,000, and that includes 49,000 to 12-person van. Hopefully, you're getting a lot of extras, leather seats, and stereo, good sound system, I hope. But what is very interesting is the range. Ford has always had a traditional problem with range. They closed down the 150 factory because they had issues in producing the electric vehicles. And the range here at its max is, they list it, and this is from the Ford Motor Company, 126 miles for the range. And within Sitka, you think things are good. But one interesting item for this, and I definitely will keep this for my quotable quotes, is that the reasoning for this is for the janitorial services at Sitka and Borough of Sitka public restrooms. So that is the reasoning that was listed in the memo for the restrooms, because it helps prevent the spread of COVID-19. And clean is good. And they use the notion, meaning the memo, that 538,000 cruise passengers come in. And we know how much overuse causes unsanitary conditions and spreads disease. But here's the keeper quote. The keeper quote is that cruise ships are a well-known vector for transferring illnesses such as COVID-19 to the communities they visit. Wow, I like that. And so I'm glad these two vans will help mitigate that. But again, we are using the city's resources, which we may have been able to apply for other things. Again, things that CPET should be paying for, since we're doing it to mitigate tourists, that this is not what it should be. We need to spend our money better and ask for better things.
Is there any other public comment on the application? Back to the assembly for deliberation.
Just thank John and his staff for finding this grant. I think it's gonna be nice to see us paying ourselves instead of Petro or Delta Western. So be voting for it.
John, I do have a question on here. The fiscal note says that we'll get an appropriation. Is that because this grant doesn't fully cover the second van, or is that just the flow of money?
That's the flow of money. Once the money comes in, an appropriation has to be tied to that specific pot of funding.
Okay, yeah, understood. I was reading it 4 different ways and wanted to make sure that this grant will fully cover at least the initial cost. Of course, we'll have maintenance and upkeep of a larger fleet as well. And then just one thing in the memo that I take a little issue with. It indicates that we will get less restroom efficiency and frequency of cleanings with just one van. I tend to find that a team of 2 can work through one restroom area just as efficiently as a single guy in a single van in one restroom, and then a single guy or a single person and a single at another restroom. So I think a team of 2 in one van can do it just as efficiently and just as quickly. Anything else from the assembly? Sarah?
All right, on the motion authorizing the municipal administrator to apply, Mayor Eisenbeiß,
Yes.
Mr. Christensen,
Yes.
Mr. Mosher,
Yes.
Ms. Duncan,
Yes.
Ms. Carlson,
Yes.
Mr. Pike.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0 on item K.
Brings us to item L.
I move to authorize the municipal administrator to submit a letter of intent to the U.S. Department of Energy Grid Deployment Office, Section 247, maintaining and enhancing hydroelectricity incentive program for funding to support Phase 2 and 3 of the Green Lake Rehabilitation Project.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. John, do you have an introduction on this one?
I do. Again, another quick introduction. Thanks, Mayor. When we did our visit to DC in the bipartisan infrastructure law, DOE presented to us, as you remember, the card with the couple of programs on there, Section 242, 243, and 247. We've already submitted an application for Section 242. This is an application for 247 to facilitate, hopefully, the rehab of the Green Lake facility. Phases, like I said, phases 2 and 3, which we've estimated at 11 million. Under this program, this is meant to enhance hydroelectric facilities to ensure generators continue to provide clean, affordable electricity, improving dam safety and reducing environmental impacts. I think this fits very cleanly. If you look in the fiscal note, the incentive payments shall not exceed 30% of the cost of the applicable capital improvements. And since our estimate was 11 million, the application amount is for 3.6 to meet the 30% of that estimated cost.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on the application?
Good evening, Richard Ween here. I think these grants are wonderful, and it's OPM, other people's money, and I'm very happy that the flow continues. I know that this may not happen forever, so I hope we get some of these Blue Lake, Green Lake issues handled. And I'd like to thank those individuals who help snip out these grants and get them. But I do believe the future may have some financial difficulties, so we need to, I'll say, do as best we can now. Thank you.
Any other public comment on the application? Assembly deliberation? Sarah?
Okay, on the motion authorizing the municipal administrator to submit the letter of intent, Mayor Eisenbeiß,
Yes.
Ms. Carlson,
Yes.
Mr. Mosher,
Yes.
Mr. Pike,
Yes.
Mr. Christensen,
Yes.
and Ms. Duncan.
Yes.
The motion passes 6-0 on item L.
That would bring us to persons to be heard. This is public participation for any item on or off tonight's agenda, not to exceed 3 minutes for any individual.
Hi, my name is Lisa Bush, and I should have read this under the Pride resolution. And I didn't, but I was very disturbed by some of the comments by Mr. Ween, so I really want to read it now. This is from the Science Center. Pride Month is focused on increasing visibility and raising awareness of the culture, experiences, and equality of people across a wide spectrum of identities. As a community organization, the Science Center has many reasons to support Pride. Pride celebrates inclusion and encourages us to embrace diversity in experiences and self-expression across society. When people feel safe and supported, they challenge norms, ask questions, and share new ideas. These are all science practices. Historically, the scientific establishment and science organizations have excluded LGBTQIA2+ people from research and policymaking positions. At the same time, science research has often been used to justify discrimination and bigotry against the queer community. Today, LGBTQIA2+ people working in science, technology, engineering, and math continue to struggle to openly be themselves at work and in their communities. The Science Center believes that when a diversity of people participate in the scientific endeavor, the science community collectively benefits. We are actively working to create a supportive environment where the wonder and excitement of learning and exploring together is accessible to all our community members. I'd like to thank you for passing the resolution this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bush, for reading that. I think that's an awful
If you could
broad-
state your name for the
I'm
record,
sorry.
please.
My name for the record is Richard Ween. I think that that's an awful broad brush you paint my thoughts with, which we have never had a conversation. I represented 2 items which I felt were of concern, and I expressed it, and I am very happy to do that. And I'm also happy to speak with you at length and depth on this. Getting back to the persons to be heard, as you know, this is a busy economic week. There's the CPI, which came out yesterday. Tomorrow, the Fed is meeting to talk about whether they're going to pause, skip, or increase the rates. And on Thursday is the retail sales. And despite all of the things that happen and are said as far as the CPI from yesterday, the truth of the matter is the individual consumer is affected very greatly by what's going on. And there's a lot of economic number manipulation. And I feel that Sitka is, as always, particularly vulnerable for these kind of economic blows. And that's why, if the spigot is open to obtain these grants, I think is wonderful. But the question is what it is and will be Plan B. As far as this evening went with the CUP for the 3411, I think ultimately when I read through everything, it represented actually a tainted process. And by tainted, it seems like everybody was going everywhere else, in every direction, and it was fairly divisive. And to me, I think the best thing to have done would be to remand. And to me, remand means it hits the reset button and starts the process again, where good information will be given to the people of Sitka, and hopefully these kind of things will not continue again. I think that there are a lot of issues here, and hopefully this is where it will end, but it may not. So, gosh, I wish I had that $1 million to live in that house, but I do not. And by the way, they keep saying in all the paperwork it was Lisa Murkowski's money, but I don't think she wrote a check. I think it's taxpayers. Thank you.
Anyone else for persons to be heard this evening? I do have one quick but important report this evening. I did meet with some representatives of the Sitka Summer Music Fest, Alex, Zool, and Alfredo. They wanted to talk about the idea of Sitka becoming a sister city with a town in Spain who also has a massive music festival as well. Zool and Alfredo is the representative from that music fest. They've been friends for a long time, and they'd like to strengthen our partnership through the arts. I have a website, although I can't read it, but it's dimf.com if the assembly would like to learn more. This is just exploratory at this point. I've met with Melissa Henshaw at the city about the potential of a sister city. another one, and it is possible. There's not a codified way to do that. But if the assembly has any concerns with this process continuing, please let me know. I can try and address those. But if not, I'll let Alfredo know that we are preliminarily interested, and then come back with a little bit more solid information. So just a very brief talk with them, just to kind of get the assembly's feeling on that. So that's all I have this evening. John, do you have anything?
Really quick report, Mayor. Thank you. I've been working on a complete overhaul of our taxi code. And that has been presented to you all just in draft form to, individually respond to me if you have any questions or concerns on the content that I'm putting in there. As that's being reviewed by legal and outside counsel. Once that's complete, I'll bring that to police and fire for some public comment, possibly a town hall and some input on it. But we are moving forward with cleaning that up and aligning our code with essentially everywhere else in the nation and the standards that are applied there.
Brian?
No report.
Any liaison representatives? Sarah?
I have no report.
The only thing that I forgot under my report is congratulations to Tribal Chairman Woody Widmark on his accomplishments in youth sports. I think there was a front page article the other day, now a lifetime member. So he will, he well deserved. I think he's been an ump for longer than I've been around. So congratulations to him. No executive session this evening. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you for your time in the assembly. We have 1 minute left if anybody's interested.